はい、ありがとうございます。もう多分そろそろでも時間も来てしまっているので、そろそろ準備に入りたいと思います。大丈夫そうですかね。大丈夫そうですかね。はい。もうそろそろ始まっていきたいと思います。大丈夫そうですか。はい、ありがとうございます。では、それでは、会話と始めさせていただこうと思っています。So thank you very much for everybody's coming today, and thank you for watching this event too, like through live streaming about this DeSci Tokyo Conference 2023. So I'm very honored and glad to host this event today. Without any support from our sponsors and supporters, we couldn't have such a great event. Like this venue is super great. So, right. So yeah, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the people coming today and also supporting us today. So today I would like to introduce what is decentralized science in Japan. So this is a real first day. Thank you. And before we, I introducing what is like our event, a little bit shortly introduce what is decentralized science is. So the Sarah's actually like a keynote speaker. She mentioned that the decentralized science is like combining some decentralized technology with like some open science issues to solve that problems. That is just conceptual ideas and then nothing really like concrete. However, like there are multiple players already exist and working on that kind of problems. And actually like BDAOs and BBDAO, Michael's, we already have like such players here. So I'm so excited. I don't have time to like, explain all the players. So I don't. But the problems that those people want to solve is that there are multiple problems in science. Like for example, like high cost journal publishing, like Nature journals, like asking us researchers to a lot of fees to make the papers like free access. And also we have a bunch of volunteer works, like no payment for the peer review services. And also that is quite incentivized to generating new ideas and novel ideas. So we don't use our cost to recheck what is like reproducible or not. So the reproducibility crisis, that is also big problems in the last decade. And lastly, like for example, in drug development, maybe high cost for like R&D is also big problems. So the ideas in a decentralized science is that they also want to solve the problems with this blockchain technology and or other decentralized technologies. These I already proposed several methods to solve those kind of problems. I don't have go through all the details, but one idea is proposed by BDAO, the DAO for funding longevity study, is that combining NFT with intellectual property IP and like that accelerate the liquidity or in the market. So you can exchange the IP through the NFT market. That's the whole idea. And the DAO-based grant models that also the beta DAOs also propose is that a lot of people pay buy tokens. Based on that monies, we invest the certain kind of research. For example, in the beta DAO, they fund some longevity studies. So, and based on that, there are a bunch of other methods try to support try to solve the problems I said. And DeSci is not the only player, I think, try to change the science. I think there are multiple other new players try to solve that kind of problems. One is, I guess, the very big company, Atlas Lab. That is also longevity research, but it's mega farm. So they raised over billions of dollars, to solve the longevity studies. And also Arc Institute proposed a different kind of ways to do the research. So today's topic is DeSci, but other players are also working on it. So we have to also understand what the differences between them and how we can utilize them. I think a basic idea about how we use science is to overcome somehow the barrier of this, how we can utilize the science as a technologies. And as I say, there are a bunch of models try to somehow use the basic research to make it as the product. There's also always funding gap. And also a technological gap between them. So yeah, that's a very big problems. And mega pharma cases, they try to solve all the problems within one institute. And for example, OpenAI, they have two types of models, non-profit organizations and profitable organizations. So they basically having a different institute to pursue different purposes. One is for more research, one is for more the product development. The grant DAO proposed by multiple DeSci players. The key idea would be that this is proposed by Alok from BioBios, but the essential idea is using community to promoting some IP to make it as a kind of part of product development. So this is, I think, kind of one idea to overcome such problems. And behind this movement, I think there is one very big philosophical movement in the last decade. This is an example in the US, but they found that the NIH is the one of the very biggest institute in the US. That grant amount is actually, the private grant is actually overwhelmed the amount of NIH grants. So already philanthropic activities quite active now in the last decade, at least in the US. And that there are a lot of people trying to do that. One reason is that they also want to seek the transparency in a philanthropic activity. So they want to transparent their activities. So they want to use scientific method to make it transparent. And so that is tightly combined, relevant to evidence-based policy making that also discussing in a government too. So yeah, decentralized science is quite big idea yet, but let's tentatively define 3 layers. This is my proposal. So I think some decentralization in science could be the 3 layers. One would be ecosystem. Maybe some people would say diversity. So university, private foundation have their own purposes to pursue their own research. So that is quite ecosystem level. Second part would be more data and IP levels to accelerate the transactions among them. And that the individual ID is also associated with that. The final level is a governance. So it's called a decentralized governance. We have some bunch of methods like DAOs and collaborative funding to support such collective decision making. So finally, I would like to introduce the purpose of this decentralized science Tokyo Conference 2023. This is not like, we don't tell the truth of the DAOs or DeSci. Just this is like the beginning to initiate a discussion on decentralized science and share progress, what is happening in the ecosystem. And I want you to, each one of you to join by writing, coding, and organizing. So we have a bunch of speakers today. Thank you very much for the speakers coming. I'm really excited, not only the people from outside Japan, and also people Japan's also joined today. And today's session, actually, we posted the schedules, but we have two amendments today. So after this, Sarah is going to, it's a recorded talk, but she's going to talk about the introduction to decentralized science. And we have some 6 sessions here today. And we will finish first session by 12. So we have 2 hours for the lunchtime. So please take a moment to, talk with people around you. And after the sessions, we're going to start from 2 and 6 after that, we're going to have our dinner together here. So yeah, please wait here and then enjoy talking. So we have 2 halls here, the bigger big hall. And then behind you, there's another room. So if you want to go the sessions, please go there, sessions 4 and 6. And after that, let me also really thank all the sponsors supporting us, Gifted DAOs and Chugai and Dentsu Noeon Research supporting us. And also we have a bunch of sponsors supporting us with a travel grant. So without any support of them, we couldn't have this event. So, all right, once more again, this is schedules. Well, if you want to take pictures, please take it. And the reason why I created this today's schedule is that I want to assign each session in each layer that I proposed. So first session will be about governance from BitDAO and the Gifted DAO, and also Sarah, and also Ariela. She's now a woman in Web3 in science. So we're going to talk about that, and rest of the talks will be about ecosystem and infrastructures. And all the talks are we organized this event, and a lot of supporters here, so staff all supported us. So let's thank you very much for the supporting us. And this is acknowledgement who really support and organize this event. Without any of them, we couldn't have this event today. And finally, we're going to have our poop. So if you want to get any of the poop NFT, and so please talk to the reception. If you don't know what is this, and you can also ask what is that. Usually, when you join some kind of event in crypto, usually people give the NFT as a kind of certificate. You join that. So this is for fun. And another point would be this is kind of to increase your credibility. You kind of join this kind of event and contributed somehow. Right, so we still have time, but let's finish it. Okay, thank you very much for coming today again. So, right, let's have a talk by Sarah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Hamburg. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak here today. It's definitely a real honor. So this is going to be quite an experimental talk. Hopefully you can see my screen. So what I wanted to do was to conceptualize modern science using ideas from The Game of Nations, which is a book from the 60s about power politics. So why I wanted to do this in particular was to explore themes in modern science, particularly adversarial and collaborative themes, and then also the interplay between competition, collaboration, and ethical concerns in scientific advancement. So I'm going to outline how I think DeSci could help build towards a more peaceful, prosperous, and safe future for science. Really, this talk is a thought experiment about DeSci, which I just wanted to share with you all. So these are some of the key themes which I've taken from power politics, as I mentioned, and I've applied them to modern science. Sorry, the writing is a little bit small. Hopefully you can see it on the recording, but I'm going to go through each of them anyway, and I can also make my slides available as well. Also, please note, like, this by no means applies to all of science. I think it's really important that we don't think of current science as bad or wrong. It's just personally, I feel that highlighting and thinking through these problems in science, no matter how rare or systemic they are, can help improve modern science and in turn the world. So the first column here is resource competition. I think any scientists in the room may be familiar with this. Anyone who has any friends or family who are scientists, there's a lot of competition for resources in science. So just as nations compete, scientific institutions and researchers compete for funding and other resources as well, so maybe talent. Definitely competition can be really healthy. It can definitely drive innovation, but it can also, on the flip side of that, create secrecy and silos. We definitely see a lot of silos in academia. And possibly attempts to undermine rivals. Next here we have alliances and collaborations. So similar to political alliances, you definitely do get strategic scientific collaborations. I think the Human Genome Project is a good example of this. There's also various like brain mapping projects that go on. And these are generally formed to help pool resources. So grants, often consortiums apply for large grants, also talent as well, skills, knowledge. So scientific alliances can definitely accelerate progress, but they are also often influenced by the strategic influences of those involved. And also players outside of alliances might be disproportionately disadvantaged by not being in alliance like the other scientists or institutions are. Public opinion, so just like nations engaging in propaganda and public relations, scientific research is sometimes used in PR campaigns, or scientists themselves may institutions may enlist, PR teams. So PR campaigns can lead to disinformation. Also, the exaggeration of scientific achievements is something you sometimes see. And I guess quite topical at the moment, maybe downplaying of limitations and risks. I think possibly we're seeing this with some of the PR around AI companies. And then last but not least, we have ethical and moral considerations. So just like these are important for power politics and nation states, when thinking about science, in the pursuit of scientific advancements, researchers might overlook moral considerations or even maybe engage in unethical practices, things like IP theft or actions that could be harmful to society or the environment, maybe now or potentially in the future. An example of this is the CRISPR embryo editing experiment from 2018. Sneak peek at the next slide there. So what I've done next is continuing on from the framework of power politics applied to science, which is what I was just going through. Here I've outlined peacemaking processes that could be applied to modern science to help tackle the issues that I mentioned earlier. So I'm just going to go through these in turn. So an important aspect of peacemaking is open communication and transparency. When you think of this in terms of science, what does that mean? It might look like supporting open access, supporting open data sharing across institutions. Also, peacemaking is about building collaborative frameworks and partnerships, often cross borders. When you think about this applied to science, maybe that looks like research consortiums. And also important is developing ethical guidelines and regulations. So maybe when thinking about science, this could be ensuring responsible research practices. Conflict resolution techniques, I think that's something when people think about peacemaking, a lot of it is around conflict resolution. How do you handle disagreements? When applied for science, this could be around addressing ethical concerns, maybe addressing the balance of like innovation and ethics. Again, kind of what we're seeing playing out now with OpenAI and the open letters from thought leaders in the space. You know, how do you actually implement resolution techniques when there's so many different actors and stakeholders who have different agendas? And then finally, fostering a culture of responsibility and not finally, sorry, there's a point I just can't see underneath my laptop. So next up is fostering a culture of responsibility and cooperation. So this could be through things like education, workshops, and training in science. And then finally, last but not least, I think this one's really interesting. With peacekeeping, it's important to encourage cooperation, as I said, cross-border, but also international cooperation is quite interesting. And when you think about this applied to science, you're thinking more about those global challenges. And a good example of this could be space exploration, something like that. So those are the peacemaking processes which you could potentially apply to science. So you may be wondering, how does DeSci come in? Well, I believe that DeSci could maybe help address some of the issues related to competition, collaboration, and ethical concerns that are such key factors in the game of modern science through processes that are essentially peacekeeping. So maybe just to kind of summarize the last slide, for me, it seemed to be like peacemaking is all about open and transparent cooperation within a culture of shared values. To me, that sounds very much like DeSci, so I'll go on to explain a bit more about that. So in particular, here are some of the key aspects of DeSci, which I think might help contribute towards this. So first up, we have data sharing and transparency. So within DeSci, the idea is that data is accessible, it's tamper-proof, it's traceable, and in turn, this could help foster an environment of open communication and collaboration, which, as mentioned earlier, is so important. Also, intellectual property protection. So the protection and tracking of provenance and ideas through blockchain could help researchers feel more comfortable sharing their work, openly discussing their work, knowing that their contributions are acknowledged and protected. Next up, incentives. So this is often what's focused on with DeSci. I mean, it's definitely something which is important. So the idea that you can have decentralized and transparent funding, which could promote healthy competition for resources, and also incentivize behaviors such as collaboration and data sharing. And I guess that would be through different kinds of tokens, maybe like NFTs. I think what's also interesting, and we definitely see a lot of this already in the space, is it enables groups of people to easily form shared treasuries and receive and manage funding together, you know, and this might then lead to maybe globally distributed labs, which are outside of traditional silos, which is something which has historically been obviously very difficult, in part due to like, I guess, traditional banking structures and things like that. But when we're talking about maybe digital currencies, pooling resources in shared wallets rather than business bank accounts, definitely some of those borders come down a little bit. Next up, I want to talk a little bit about decentralized verifiable reputation systems. So this could provide a transparent reputation record, which I think could help encourage responsible research practices and also maybe help discourage irresponsible practices. At the moment, I think it's quite difficult if someone puts out a paper, which is later sort of have people talking about maybe there's problems with the paper, etc. It doesn't necessarily negatively impact like your H index, for example. So I think being able to balance reputation systems with encouraging responsible but also discouraging irresponsible practices is something which I think would really help with science. And then methods for reaching consensus among large and diverse groups, definitely something which Web3 helps in terms of, you know, governance tokens, new methods for voting, quadratic voting, all those kinds of mechanisms which we're kind of seeing being used already. So I think this idea of different ways of reaching consensus among large groups of people can definitely help promote cross-border collaboration, which I was speaking about earlier is very important with peacemaking. And that includes sort of groups who maybe have been traditionally excluded from decision-making, traditionally excluded from science, sort of women and minority groups. And I think it could also help facilitate global research partnerships and, you know, maybe new partnerships like I was discussing earlier about maybe these globally distributed labs. And also help diverse groups achieve alignment, you know, for example, on moral issues, maybe what we're thinking about at the moment with AI and distributed AI, decentralized AI, maybe having consensus mechanisms like this for large groups of people to voice their opinion and vote could actually be something which is really positive for the future of science. Which does bring me on to my next slide, future-proofing science. Yes, I did create this artwork, if anyone's wondering, with the help of DALL-E. The little prompt is there. It is a futurist painting of a DNA double helix and computer code. Anyway, so yes, as I was saying, in addition to helping combat problems in modern science, which is what I've been talking about, I do believe that DeSci can also help future-proof science. Definitely modern science needs huge amounts of collaboration between countries, also disciplines, and now AI as well, which is super interesting because if you think about it, a lot of the solutions people are building, the users are going to be AI. AI might be sort of like the last interface is what people are saying. So it's interesting to think about who's going to be reading a paper. Is it a person? Is it AI, an AI assistant, etc. So I think definitely when we're thinking of collaboration, it's no longer just human to human. It's definitely like human with AI in that collaborative loop. And then interestingly, when you combine AI with Web3, you might get improvements in transparency, definitely something which is criticized at the moment in terms of AI. Also data security and the potential for enhanced privacy through decentralized privacy preserving tools. In theory, you can also shift the concentration of power away from the AI puts power in the hands of the elite few, and it's the idea you could shift that to open and democratically governed communities instead. I also believe that DeSci can help empower researchers to have healthy relationships with industry and investors. You know, for example, through protecting and tracking the provenance of data and ideas, which I mentioned earlier. Also the potential for fractionalization and return of value right the way back to those sort of original bench researchers, which, you know, later research tends to stand on the shoulders of and extracts profits from without returning it to the original basic science research. I do think that these relationships will be ever more valuable for researchers as deep tech becomes increasingly important. And by that, I mean the convergence of different technologies coming together. And, you know, and deep tech requires many different stakeholders, many different type alignment between many different stakeholders, and also is famously very resource intensive. So this point, I think, is particularly salient for future-proofing science. And then finally, I just wanted to say that, you know, there's sometimes this spillover from the innovation mantra of move fast and break things into science. I would just want to say for me, like, that's not what science is about. And therefore, you know, decentralized science is about. So I believe that DeSci is a tool whereby we can actually harness technology to help us instead collaborate and find the truth. So for me, that mantra makes more sense, especially when we're talking about, you know, peacekeeping and safety in science. So that brings me on to some examples that I wanted to talk about. So I've chosen to highlight a few DeSci projects which I think promote the principles I've discussed in this talk. Sorry, I know the slides are really boring, I know. So these are just a few projects. There are many, many more. Also, this isn't exactly an endorsement of these particular projects. I just think that they suit very well what I'm talking about here in terms of the principles. And some projects which I haven't put on here would also sit across a few of these different categories. An example is algovera.ai. And they provide grants, and they also help foster collaborative and transparent AI communities and solutions. Also bio.xyz, who are a DeSci accelerator powered by Molecule, and they'd sit across many of these themes as well. So I'm just going to go through these. So in terms of resources, obviously there's Gitcoin. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this, quadratic funding for public goods. I also wanted to highlight In Theory. So this is a crowdsourced science funding platform that lets any user support research by collecting project-inspired generative artworks. It's especially geared towards early career researchers and DAOs, enabling them to gain community exposure and funding for their work. And then also Science Fund. So they are reimagining how discovery is funded. There's no grant applications with this solution. Instead, rapid funding cycles support more ideas early, and then they continue funding what's working. Also, transparent and traceable funding records with a impact focus revolutionize the donor experience. Under data sharing and transparency, I really wanted to highlight the work of DeSci nodes by DeSci Labs. So nodes are published on an open access repository. The idea is that work is fair, so that's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And also your node is yours. So you're free to publish your work anywhere else that's relevant for you. So I thought that was particularly a good example of a particularly good sharing and transparency solution that's being built. Next up, collaboration. I really wanted to highlight the work of the interdisciplinary communities here, like DeSci Japan, DeSci Africa. I think these are really exciting communities who are bringing together people in different regions of different disciplines. And I think almost in a way, these will become, they're almost like seeds of maybe global universities, future universities. I think it's really cool what these groups are doing. Also, DeSci World, they're a really good example of, they're working at the moment on a cross-organization ethical guidelines, which is similar to what I was talking about earlier. And then in terms of international collaborations, I wanted to highlight Space BioDAO here. What I was speaking about earlier about global collaborations on global issues, I think Space BioDAO could be a really good sort of tool, vehicle for that kind of work in science. And then last but not least, definitely reputation. So Holonym is a system for seamless portable login and producing proofs of your source data, even without revealing it. And this makes it really useful for transforming credentials and impact into sort of digital reputation, and then using that reputation within protocols, for example, with voting, maybe even perhaps providing reviews for work in your field, and maybe even, retroactive funding for your work. And it also can be anonymous as well. So again, those are just a few projects that I wanted to highlight in the space. And now on to the last slide. So I was thinking to promote more of the kind of culture and behaviors in science that I've spoken about here. I thought it might be good to create an annual DeSci Peace Prize. I've not ironed out the details, but I'm just thinking it would entail maybe awarding an NFT badge each year to a DeSci project, which the community thinks might help promote peace, prosperity, and safety in science. If you're interested, definitely keep an eye on my Twitter account for more information. So that's everything. Thank you very much for listening to my talk. I'd absolutely love to hear feedback from anybody about the framework, whether you think it's useful for DeSci or not, and of course, how it could be improved. So thank you so much again for inviting me to speak, and I hope you enjoy the conference, the event.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. So that was the introductions. So from next 1 hour and a half, we're going to have a first sessions about DAO and the governance. So first speaker will be like from Gavin from Beta DAO, and next will be like Takeuchi-san from Gifted DAO, and we're going to have Ariella from Woman Web3 in Science. Okay, so yeah, let's come and maybe we can set up stuff and see. Keep it, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. All right, so Gavin, yeah, you have time now.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Is this on? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Gavin from VitaDAO. And first of all, I just want to thank Hiro and Kiyosuke for inviting me to Tokyo to speak to you guys about what we're doing at VitaDAO and pushing human lifespan as long as we want to. So a bit about myself. I'm from Singapore. It's my first time in Tokyo, actually. So I feel right at home, very similar to Singapore. And I am working on governance in VitaDAO. So I basically help with, coordinating the humans in VitaDAO to push towards funding research in longevity. And I've been doing it for about 9 months now. So I joined last year in August, and we successfully raised our fundraising round just a few months ago, with Pfizer leading the round, and also notable angel investors like Vitalik and Balaji. So I know this week, especially being a crypto week in Tokyo, a lot of people are throwing around, the words DAO and Ethereum and crypto, but what actually is a DAO? So DAO stands for a decentralized autonomous organization. And I think a little secret that I want to share with you in all the DAOs in the space is I don't think any DAO right now is either decentralized or autonomous or even organized. We're all moving towards that mission, but in each of these facets, I think we're progressively taking our time and iterating as we go on. And so that's the goal that I'm as far as a governance lead. This is my goal, to move towards that purely autonomous organization. And one thing about VitaDAO especially, it's community governed. So you finally have your say in how you want your research funded and how you want a scientific funding research organization to work. It's formed around the culture that we form at VitaDAO. So I think we're really lucky at VitaDAO to have a lot of people in crypto and a lot of people in longevity. It's a very nice mix of people who enjoy crypto that also want to live longer. So that really helped us in our product market fit. And it's also very diverse and unique. We have a lot of contributors in Europe, in Africa, in the US, Canada, Singapore, and even Japan. So, and also my mission is to basically enable optimized human coordination. I think it's very hard when people are all over the world in different time zones to work towards a deadline, especially if we have a framework or rules that keep on changing. So that's my mission at VitaDAO. So I wanted to move into how do I govern VitaDAO? How does it work? Because in a traditional company, we have rules and regulations and a framework, so it's easy. Everything works, everything is fast. But in a DAO, it's very different. Everything is changing all the time, and people want it to work their way. Some people might disagree, some people might agree. So at VitaDAO, we have a governance token. And basically, the more tokens you have, the more voting power you have. I, for one, want to play around with this voting system because I think it's very easily gamed. If you're rich enough and you buy enough tokens, you can govern the whole of VitaDAO, which I think it's not a great voting method, and I want to change that. So some of the experiments that I want to test, something like quadratic voting, where the amount of tokens that you have, if you have a lesser amount of tokens, it would weigh more into a decision. So, and right now our governance is phasic. So we have 3 different phases. The first phase is that if you have an idea, you can check it with the community if people want to pass it, like sort of a temperature check. And then it moves to phase 2, where people vote on it to see if it goes on chain. And then the third one is obviously where people use their tokens to vote on whether they see your proposal as good enough for the DAO to implement. And then the second point there about whales, so that was what I was talking about, how people can just come in and just buy a bunch of tokens and govern the DAO however they want to, and I want to mitigate that. An interesting experiment that we've tried with VitaDAO is to shield voting. So kind of like a election, when you vote, no one can see your vote until it finishes. That's created some very interesting participation between the whales and also the rest of the community. So you can see people are voting a lot more honestly because people can't see your vote. So that's been an interesting development within the DAO, and also it's also encouraged more people to vote, because you don't have to, if you see a bunch of people voting to disagree, you might want to also vote disagree because you know it's passing. But if that's shielded, you might vote to how you actually feel. And another experiment that we're doing is seasonal governance. So a problem in DAOs is that we have a lot of proposals. People like to propose a lot of stuff, and then when it passes, there's no follow-up sometimes. So with seasonal governance, we time lock these things in a year. So the first 4 months will be the first month will be people who are, if you have an idea, you can push forward to the DAO and people will vote on it. And then the next 6 weeks will be purely for executing the proposal. And then seasons go across in times like this, so that the DAO knows that whatever you've proposed, you've executed, and also you're also encouraged to actually execute what you want to do. So some of the other experiments that I want to test is like to try out different tooling to help coordinate these people better. There's a lot in the crypto space now, and finding the right one is almost impossible, but you just have to test it out. And I think also having the option as VitaDAO as sort of my platform to test all these things is definitely a privilege. And also to automate more. So like how I said, a decentralized autonomous organization, I feel like VitaDAO is not very automated right now. And I want to leverage what we have, like smart contracts, to execute funding instantly. As soon as a proposal is passed, a research team can get their funds instantly without having to wait for the team to get back to them. What's your address? What's your bank account? Something like that. And delegation as well. So for me, I'm no scientist. I studied science in university, but I don't know much about the intricacies of longevity science. I'm more so interested in the DAO space, and sometimes with longevity funding proposals, I'm not sure what's really going on, and I want to delegate. I want to give my voting power to someone who actually knows what this funding proposal is about, so that they would make a more informed decision for the DAO. So that's something I also want to test, where if you're not sure about what the proposal is about, you can put your tokens into someone who might. And that way we can do it a lot more intelligently, passing proposals. So I also wanted to highlight that governance is very different from governments. I think governments, think of it. So I went to a conference the other day, DeSci Tokyo, a very good conference hosted by Fracton Ventures as well. And on one of the panels, one of the panelists was talking about a garden that he used to work at. So as a government, if you have a public garden in your neighborhood, everything is kept, everything is maintained for you. You just go there, you can sit down, the grass is always cut, you know, the fish are happy, the pond is clear, things like that. But governance is coming together, your community, your neighborhood has to maintain the garden themselves. They have to cut the grass, they have to make sure the fish are you know, in clean water, and everything is clean and everything is perfect how you want it, right? So it's very different. People want an organization that fits them, but then they run into the problem where no one wants to do the work. So I think that's very important. You have to do the work, and I think with DAOs we can use smart contracts to automate this work. If we could put out a smart contract to cut our grass every week, that would be amazing. Then we don't have to get someone to always take out time to cut our grass for us. And yeah, like I said, as a contributor, you get to build and propose your own frameworks. But I think it's important that with every idea needs to come execution. And one thing that the VitaDAO community is really good at is helping whoever wants to propose ideas with executing it. And it's also important that we iterate it with the community. So it's never, anything is never set in stone. You can always change it whenever you want to, but the community has to vote on it. It has to be passed. So my ultimate goal for governing VitaDAO is to establish a structure that embodies our culture, the diverse community that we have, who's interested in longevity, who's interested in DAOs, who's interested in the values behind crypto. I think it's important to help everybody's ideas into how to fund more scientific research. So I also want to contribute back to DAO research for how I coordinate a DAO, just like how people, you know, contribute to scientific research and put it on, you know, journals like Nature and Science. But I don't think anyone wants to govern their DAOs like Nature and Science. Because especially for peer review, these journals, they decide what is publishable. I'm sure, you know, many scientists in the room here have gone through this problem, and then they have the big money and scientists don't get a piece of it. The amount of times that I have gone onto a, you know, ResearchGate to look at a journal publication, I'm always hit by, you have to pay $20 a month. I hate that. And I don't know why some of that money is not going to the researchers themselves. So reviewers themselves are not compensated either. Like, you know, you vet these journals for them, and then you don't get compensated in a way that you want to, which I don't think it's very fair. And there's also statistics to show that, you know, peer review is not even performing that well. So I'm sure, you know, Hiro also touched a little bit on this about how, you know, about the problems with replication in science. And I think one thing that I realized across a problem that we're trying to solve at VitaDAO is that academics, scientists in the space spend most of their time writing grant proposals rather than actually doing their research, which I think is crazy for me to even think about, you know, like that's one of the things personally that stopped me from going to school. You know, I did my bachelor's and I love science, but I never really went further on because I knew my times would be wasted, and I know the incentives weren't strong enough for me to do so. So these stats were concerning, and something that we wanted to do at VitaDAO is to help people at the very early stage for whatever research ideas that they want in longevity science to get their funds and try something moonshot. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's okay. We learn from that. The DAO learns from that as well. Yeah, 10 to 30% of grants are successful, which is insane, and we're trying to change that. So, like I said, some of the problems with centralized science is that it's become stagnant. You know, incentives are misaligned. It's not very transparent. It's slow. It's very expensive. You know, funding is very risky. The gatekeepers are the journals, which we don't like. VitaDAO is trying to change these by using blockchain mechanisms. So I think we don't throw in blockchain and crypto into anything. I feel like anyone who's doing a project likes to use these buzzwords, but I think it's the values behind blockchain that we want to bring to science. The transparency, the accountability, the smart contracts, the instant execution of things, the automation of science. So creating better incentive mechanisms for the people who actually do science, not the people who push it out for people to look at. You know, publishing as open source, so we don't get stuck behind paywalls anymore, and we can read the journals that we want to read. And in that way, people work together and not compete together, and we push towards, you know, accelerating scientific discovery, which we all want. I mean, I personally want to live to 120 years old, but I want to be healthy doing it. So if we can all work together to discover the science behind that, I think that would be brilliant. And VitaDAO, we're very lucky to be you know, one of the popular ones, but the ecosystem is huge, and there are tons of DAOs in the space that are working on their very interesting niches to create more incentive alignment for these different communities. So for me, I personally enjoy longevity. I've always been a person who loves to, you know, biohack and, you know, sleep well, you know, make sure I shower with hot water before I sleep, things like that, you know, small things like that. So for me, I was very interested in VitaDAO when it was introduced to me naturally. And I was already in the crypto space, so I was like, wow, these things it's a perfect marriage for me. So I went into it. But whatever your interest is, there's tons of DAOs out there that you can contribute to. And also communities that you can part of. So I'm really proud to say that, you know, I'm really blown away by the Japanese community in DeSci. So I host the DeSci Singapore event, and you know, we're a bit smaller in terms of population, but you know, the turnouts are not like this. So, you know, kudos to that. And I know Hiro touched on this too, that there are alternative ways of funding science. You know, it should be easy, it should be quick, like I said. Impact DAOs like us, and biotech DAOs like Hair DAO, Athena DAO, working on, you know, hair loss, working on female reproductive systems. These are different DAOs that you could be part of depending on your interests. IP NFTs is something that we want to, is the basis of where the DAO earns its revenue. And for the DAO to earn revenue, if these biotech spinouts commercialize, all that research money goes back into funding more science. So it's completely non-profit for VitaDAO. And we're also thinking of fractionalizing IP for our community members, so that if you participate in funding these proposals for VitaDAO, you can get to own a bit of the IP as well. For any biotech spin out in longevity that commercializes, you will have IP for it. So Gitcoin was one of the first supporters that we had for VitaDAO that you know, funded our first tranche of money to get our first project. So we're really thankful for that. Retroactive funding is something really interesting. So think of it as a way where you propose something, you do the work, and then you get funded only after your work is done. So that it has pros and cons to that, because different things need money immediately, different things you can fund after. But I think the premise to that type of funding is that it's easier to fund things that work rather than fund it and pray that it works. So, and also we also have, fast grants, like these are a bit smaller checks, but any ideas that you have, we can just fund them. Like VitaDAO has a fellowship for young researchers to explore every year. And these are really small checks from 1,000 to 10,000 USD, and it's just for them to just explore the space, explore Web3, explore longevity in any way that they want to. So the big question is, can crypto fund science? There's a lot of money in the world now, but it's hard that researchers don't see it. So I think crypto is a way that we own that money, and we see different incentive alignments towards funding science and the R&D funding of nation states. So I think with a market cap like that, some of our, even 1% of that going to science can be a lot more beneficial than the money that's being gatekept by all these organizations right now. We touched a bit on this, like reproducibility through transparency. So I was talking about the values behind blockchain. I think one of them is transparency. Right now, everyone on the blockchain is kind of swimming naked. Like you can see whatever anyone is doing, which is a good thing, and it can also be a bad thing. But the good for science is that if we could store all our data on chain, our code on chain, our journals on chain, it can always be seen. It will be immutable. No one can take them down, and you could share it with anyone, anywhere in the world. So. Also fixing peer review with fair rewards. So VitaDAO is doing something where we call the longevity peer review system. Specifically for longevity, if you review some of our journals, you get incentivized in the VitaDAO governance token. So we're already trying small ideas on how these things work, kind of like bounties. So. And yeah, so I think one thing to think about, like how I showed you the ecosystem of DeSci now, it's mostly it's mostly populated by biotech DAOs, but I think there's a lot more space for other types of science. So a question, I guess, that we could talk about after is, how do we fund these other disciplines? Because I think I might be more interested in something that it's outside of biotech, but how do we do that? Yeah, so I hope the talk today was, I tried to touch a bit on how our DAO is governed, what VitaDAO does, why DeSci is important, not only for people who are interested in crypto, but who are interested in science. And I can't do it alone. So let's build, the DeSci ecosystem together. If you would like to join VitaDAO, if you would like to join as a contributor, you can talk to me if you have any questions about longevity science. I'll try my best. If you have any questions about how our DAO works, how you can get involved, you can always find me on Telegram or Twitter, or even just come to talk to me. I'll be here till lunch. Or scan our QR code to check out our website. And yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, thanks a lot for the talk. Yeah, we still have time, but so maybe Takeuchi-san, maybe you can prepare. But if you have a short comment or question, then be welcome. But Takeuchi-san. That's okay. Right. So yeah, Takeuchi-san's from Denmark, Aarhus University, but he's also the part of Gifted DAO community, and he's going to talk about his, I think, recent collaborations with Gifted DAOs, and very glad to see what he's gonna talk.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Tomonori Takeuchi, so I'm studying the long-term memory. I'm a neuroscientist, and also I joined the Gifted DAO in Japan. So I'm very happy to share what is the Gifted DAO and what is the Gifted DeSci. So title is Toward a Well-being Society. So first, just see some video the Barack Obama and Joe Ito, the conversation. So the topic is ethical question and the neurodiversity movement. And so the interviewer asking start to get into these AI's ethical questions and what is the role of government.
Who was worrying about a heart stent, is a very different problem. So basic research from government, convening to make sure the conversations are happening, ensuring transparency, but as things mature, making sure that there is a transition and a seamless way to get the technology to rethink regulations, and as Joey pointed out, making sure that the regulations themselves reflect a broad-based set of values, because otherwise, if it's not transparent, we may find that it's disadvantaging certain people, certain groups, or that the public is just suspicious of it.
I'd say one thing about that. So there's a couple, it ties to two things. So one is when we did this car trolley problem thing, we found that most people like the idea that the driver or the passenger could be sacrificed to save many people, but they would never buy that car. And that was the sort of short version of the result. The other related thing, which is, I don't know if you've heard the neurodiversity movement, but this is if we solve autism, let's say, and Temple Grandin talks about this a lot. She says that Mozart and Einstein and Tesla would all be considered autistic if they were here today. I don't know if that's true, but
they might be on the spectrum.
On the spectrum. So if we were able to eliminate autism, and make everyone normal. I bet a whole swath of MIT kids would not be the way they are. And you probably wouldn't want Einstein as your kid.
As somebody who was in Cambridge at the Harvard Law School, I didn't want to echo that stereotype about.
And some of the stereotype, but some of the brilliant kids are kind of on the spectrum. And I think one of the things that's really important, whether we're talking about autism or just diversity broadly, one of the problems I think is that allowing the market and each individual to decide, okay, I just want a normal kid and I want a car that's going to protect me, is not going to lead to a maximum for the societal benefit. And I think that whether it's government or something, we can't just have this market driven. And I think a lot of these decisions are going to be this way.
I think that's a great point. And it actually goes to the larger issue that we wrestle with all the time around AI, and science fiction taps into this all the time. Part of what makes us human are the kinks. They're the mutations, they're the outliers, they're the flaws that create art or the new invention. Right? We have to assume that if a system is perfect, then it's static. Mm-hmm. And part of what makes us who we are, part of what makes us alive is that it's dynamic and we're surprised. One of the challenges that...
So I think the last the word is very important to us.
How do we
So yeah, they are the mutant and the outliers and flows that create art and their new invention. So then we think to avoid excessive government intervention and not to be swayed by market-driven ideologies, we believe that it is best to view gifted as a common, so-called as social shared capital, and operate it using Web3 with support from government and individuals. That is why we are creating the gifted DAO. So then, okay, so what is the gifted DAO? So we call people with developmental disabilities as gifted. So gifted DAO is a non-profit community established in 2022 with METIC, that is High Range IQ Organization, High IQ Certificating and Supporting Association, and Gifted Japan as social founders. We aim to support people who are geniuses and charming, yet somewhat absent-minded. Through empathy and co-creation, we aim to heal loneliness and fragmentation, create a state in which members are filled with well-being and contribute to a well-being society. Right, so who is a member for Gifted DAO? So we use the IQ test. So IQ is the general indicator for gifted, but it is just one of many factors. So we considered our members as an extended family termed Miuchi, this is Japanese, and currently 10 members are active, including the AI developer, social hacker, designer, neuroscientist, and punk researcher, and engineer who's Ukraine. So we think the eccentric is the people who are they're using one's talent for oneself. But we thought the genius who is using one's talent for others. So here we now show the panel for the 4 different stages for the gifted. So here is the 6 geniuses, and here it's sorry, I missed. Here is the sick and the eccentric, and here is the healthy eccentric, but here the sick geniuses, and here is the healthy geniuses. And so we support all of the developmental disabilities people come to these stages. So then we are now thinking, how can we achieve this aim? So one question is, what kind of ecosystem easily generate value for geniuses? And second question is, how can we enhance the well-being of the gifted? So first question, what kind of ecosystem easily generates the value for geniuses? So we look at the 4 dimensions, and the social and the gifted and the businesses and research. And so combined with all of the system, and so then we try to create the good environment for the gifted. So there are each dimensions have some kind of issue, but hopefully this ecosystem solve all of the issues. And the next question is, how can we enhance the well-being of gifted? So often, the individual with the developmental disabilities encounter family-related issue called karma. Parents of those may also have developmental disabilities themselves. So family-related issues that exist in one's family before their birth are common and ingrained within the family dynamics. This can make it difficult for the individual to recognize that the problem exists. By leveraging insight from the various fields of science and the power of technology, we believe that expanding our circle of friends and society as an extended family can enhance our well-being. So this slide shows the present activities for the Gifted DAO. So the member can get their NFT called the Gifted Chikuwa Neko Ninja Club. So you can get the OpenSea for these NFTs. So mainly we have active in their Discord. So communication and co-creation activity inside the Discord. And so we now start to the research activities regarding their Gifted, including their digital clones for members, original LMM, and also their scientific definition of gifted individuality, including their genetic analysis and digital donation while alive. And also their visualization of neural circuit for well-being and development of AI counselor who correct habits of thought. And finally, architecture of members' behavioral and biometric database. So let's look at the Gifted DeSci project. So today, I'd like to introduce the 3 ongoing projects. So one is analysis of the genome for the gifted the individuals, and the second is the gelatinous banana. So, and third is change their past without changing the past. So first, the genomic analysis for the gifted individual. So the genome-wide association studies called GWAS for understanding the molecular basis of intelligence in Japanese people. So here, this is the Manhattan plot, and show there's some under mutation is related to their intelligence in European people. So collaboration with the GeneQuest, and we did some pilot study. So 3 members do the GWAS study and calculate the average score for the polygenic scores. And 2 the gifted person have a very high score, but the normal neuroscientists near to the average. So probably we can detect some kind of the good marker. So because the genetic background differ between the Europeans and Japanese, we aim at analyzing SNPs associated to their intelligence in Japanese individualities. So the next step is we're looking for the 10 high IQ individual to detect their original SNPs. So second project is gelatinated banana, creating the gelatinated banana or identification of the well-being circuit. So these slides show some kind of creating of the mouse whole brain and body by the magic solution. So this is the original mice brain, but putting into the magic solutions and then seems like transparent. And this is also the body of the mice. And creating this kind of cleared tissue, and then we can image for the whole brain like this. So individual dot is the individual neuron inside the brain. And so different color show the different brain area. Right. So, and then the third project is the development of the AI counselor. So this slide shows the situation for the researchers. So now the researcher facing the increased competition and also the information overload, and that causes the mental strain for the researchers. And so actually, this is my result for the well-being circles. So the blue is the average the score, and pink is my score. And so sometimes good score, but some point is very bad. So I try to up my well-being level. So how can I achieve and increase my well-being scores? So then I'm thinking probably we developing the AI counselor to hire my or everyone's well-being. So it all depends on how you perceive the things. So I'm the researcher for the learning and memory, and the related long-term memories are connected and forming a network structure called schema. And so we are using a schema, and we can quickly process and judge the new and the relevant information. So this is the good things for the schema, but bad things is we are always using a schema, something the habit of the thought. So if you have something negative schema, and then everything you receive for the negative or something like that. So then the important thing is changing the habit of thought. So something like focusing on the positive aspect of the things. So this slide shows the model for the cognitive therapy. So there is 3 steps. So event happening, and so then people receive this information and the brain processes, and then create the outcome. So event come, and then the schema and process this kind of information and come to the automatic thought, and then create emotion. If something error in the reasoning, So then this emotion should be negative. So it is not external event, but individual cognitive process that generate the negative emotion. So the idea is changing this kind of schema or the automatic thought negative to the positive. So this is the process for the cognitive therapy. The step 1 is notice automatic thought and emotions. And step 2, identify the underlying schema of automatic thoughts. And then step 3 is modifying the schema. So using the kind of chat GPT, so we create the AI counselor to do this kind of the cognitive therapy. So this is the present activity for the Gifted DAO. And so please join the Gifted community that support each other and shows your talent. So we are welcome to participation of the individuals who share our community's purpose and wish to help. So there are 3 ways. So one is mint. You can get the NFT in this site. And the second is referral from existing members. And the last one, so we create the IQ quiz now, and so you can answer this quiz, and then if your answer is correct, you can join our society. So win 10 Ethereum worth of membership by answering this question. So the left side is a little bit easy, but on the right side, very difficult. And so, yeah, I completely don't understand the answer, but you guys can answer under this the quiz. And so scan this under QR code and also come to our booth. So we provide you the number, and then you can answer and send the information. And so this is also the very difficult quiz. I don't completely understand, but you can probably enjoy. So. And so last, I'd like you guys ask your idea or opinion. So there are specific issues in the Gifted DAO management. So the question is, so how should we gather potential gifted individuals, and what evaluation criteria should we use to select them? So we now had adapted high-range IQ test and inviter responsibility system for convenience. But we are seeking ideas other than the current approach and idea to update our current method. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot for the talk. So we're going to start from 11:30. So we have a 10 minutes break. So yeah, if you want, you can have a drink. Yeah, from that, I'm gonna interview with Arieras from Woman Web3 in Science. So yeah, take a take a rest and come back 11:30, and then we're going to have a 30 minutes interview. Hi. Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
sorry. No, yeah, okay. ちょっと待ってくださいね。大丈夫。今大丈夫です。Can you hear me now? Okay, it's good, good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the coming. Now we have
Yeah.
a break till 11:30. So like another time. 今アミューズはいしてます。はい、ありがとうございます。So from 11:30, yeah, let's start talk.
Yeah, but we can warm up. We can warm up now.
緊張してます。はい。日本語を使うのはどれくらいぶりですか？結構。
2016年に日本からアメリカに戻ってきちゃってどんどん私の日本語がどんどん悪くなっていてちょっと緊張してますけど日本に住んでいた間は大丈夫でしたもう7年が経っていたからちょっと悪くなったかもしれない
ぜひ最初の方で日本語での自己紹介もしてもらっていろいろお話できたらいいなと思っていてなんかあとアリエラさんのなんか Web3 に入ったきっかけとかも含めてですけどなんかもうちょっとお話聞かせてもらえたらなと思ってます。特に日本だとまだクリプトをこう知ってる研究者の人とか学生の人とかって PhD とかの方とかでまだあんまり多くなくってで、僕はなんか入ってるんですけどなんかそこら辺も来てた。
ほとんどみんな今いる人ほとんどどんな人？
今いる人たちは結構研究者の人とかが多いみたいです。そうですね。でここに、みんななんですよね。そうですね。そういう
はい、わかりました。ほとんど日本人の研究者ということですね。
あと、ちょっと日本にいる、で研究してる、外国のから来た研究、何人か来てくださっていてっていう感じです。
また、過去の私みたいに。
そう。学生としてもそうだし、ポスドクとしても来てる人もいる。その辺の話をぜひちょっと聞かせてもらえればなと思っています。なんかすごいありがとうございます。アリエラさんに誘ってもらって記事を書けたのが、本当にこのDeSciが日本で盛り上がるきっかけみたいになったので、
本当ですか。
僕助かりました。
ありがとうございます。頑張ります。
頑張ります、僕も。
なんか、英語で話すつもりだったから、全然日本語の準備してないけど、頑張ります。
大丈夫です。僕も、そうですね。まあ、これはちょっとリラックスした回なんで、
よかった。
なんか、正しいこと言おうとかしなくても全然大丈夫。
よかった。安心です。
ちょっとそうですね。ちょっとこっちの方、音声がちょっと、変な感じなので、ちょっと調整してからまたちょっとお話しさせてください。
はい、わかりました。
どうかな。Okay, so sooner or later. Okay, yeah, we were about to start interviewing with Ariela. So yeah. いけそうですかね。Ariela, can you speak a little bit, like hi or?
Sure, testing. よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
聞こえました。
よかった。大丈夫、聞こえます。聞こえてます。ではそろそろ始めていきたいと思うので、ぜひ席に座っていただいて、この後2時間ですね、もうお昼休憩あるので、ぜひと思います。 Okay, thank you very much, guys, coming. And it's I know you guys are enjoying talking, but we're going to have a 2 hours, lunchtime. So yeah, keep that after these interviews. All right, so I'm so happy and glad to introduce. Hey guys, please. I know. This is your first time, and then people are like you're enjoying. Okay. ありがとうございます。この回は、インタビューという形で、アリエラさん、日本でもインターンをしたことがあるんですけれども、彼女、私と去年のですね、あれは3月ぐらいですかね、にちょっと記事を書かせていただいて、で、それが彼女、ビータダオにいたときに、なんか日本語で記事を一緒に書かないかというのを、言ってくださって、それはもともとサラさんの、最初の、イントロダクションのところでですね、紹介、トークしてくださいましたけれども、サラさんの、記事を僕が見たときに、これはすごい面白い動きがあるなということで、紹介しました。で、その日本語のなんか記事みたいなのを、アリエさんが見つけてくださって、その中でビータダオの記事も、一緒に書いたらどうかということで、紹介してくださいまして、ここまでちょっと大きくなって、一番功労者の、きっかけを作ってくる、日本のDeSciが盛り上がっていくきっかけを作ってくださったところで、ここに英語と日本語を交えながらちょっとやっていこうと思っています。The reason why I kind of introduced Ariela is she's like kind of one of the biggest contributors to the Japanese DeSci community, because she asked me to write a Japanese article on Beta DAO. She used to be in that, and now she started working on new project, Woman Web3 in Science. And yeah, I'm very glad and honored to have you. So Ariela, can you introduce you and to the work community?
Sure. Hi. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited, and like Hiro said, we'll be using a mixture of English and Japanese. I lived in Japan for 4 years, but it's been a long time. So もう7年が経っていて、自分の日本語がどんどん悪くなってきた感じだから、ちょっと緊張して、英語も混ざっていてください。ごめんなさい。自己紹介として、もう自己紹介してくださった気がするけど、今は医科大学生、そうですね、Medical School Student、MD、PhD 医科大学生として働いていますけど、その前は日本に住んでいたときに、それは普通の研究員として働いていた。その研究とか、もちろん英語を喋るので、翻訳とか通訳もやっていて、論文の英語で書いてあげた仕事もしました。その DAO の自己紹介の部分もやってくれたので、もう質問に進んでもいいと思います。
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to ask also the kind of your new activities that you started with podcast and other members in Web3s. And would you also a little bit mention like what is that and how you get into that that activity? So that is there any kind of experience that you motivate to do that?
Yeah, it's very simple, I think. So when I first joined a DAO, I would be in these meetings, like this on a Zoom with everyone around the world. And in the Zoom meeting, I would see everyone's face. And I noticed, it's a man face. 実はアメリカ とかヨーロッパ人の男性、白人男性全部と私全部白人男性、白人男性、白人男性。It's a very I don't know how you say, like homogeneous, you know, everyone the same. And I think that that's not good, you know, ちょっと気持ち悪い感じ。And but it, you know, it's expected because Web3, crypto, this is a new space, but it's from the tech space or finance space. And tech and finance, it's very the power is in a small group of people's hands, you know, very America and Europe, very white, very male dominated, you know, so it's expected, but still a problem. It's expected problem. So びっくりしませんでしたが、まあ、それもびっくりしてない問題です。And I think it's kind of a self-perpetuating or a vicious cycle. You know, we can say in Japanese, akujunkan, right? Because, you know, then new people want to join, but when they try to join, they see, nobody is like me, you know, I'm alone. So maybe I'm not so comfortable. まあ、ちょっと気持ち悪くなるでしょ。なんか一人、いつも一人の感じ。And so then 悪循環として、まあ、白人男性、白人男性、白人男性しか多くならないでしょ。And it's bad for everyone. I think it's bad for the organization, the field, because we need many different perspectives. You know, いろいろな考え方があったら、success, right? You know, so I think it's important that, you know, we all come together, みんな協力して、いろいろな人、いろいろな考え方を含む、この新しいスペースを一緒に作る、そういうつもりで Web3 Women in Science を作った。More for my part, I'm a woman, so for my part, I want to get more women. So I pick a very obvious name. Even Japanese, you can understand, right? Web3 Women in Science. You know, everyone can understand what the organization is for. Maybe it's hard to say. ちょっと言いにくいかもしれないけど、わかりやすいでしょ。そういうこと。Yeah.
いや、本当に、yeah, yeah, I was kind of curious that, you know, you have been also in Japan, like several years ago, and now like you worked with also big DAOs, and I know that even also Japan, the DeSci Tokyos, or community, yeah, also kind of homogeneous, like you know, like white man, like man. Yeah, kind of, yeah, that actually I think deteriorate also the quality of decision making in a DAO as well, because in nature, I guess DAO is DAO should be more like should be global and should be fair, so that everybody can come in. みんながやっぱり入りやすいような場所を作っていくっていうのが、DAO の一つの目標だったりとかすると思うので、そういったところを、まあ、日本だとまだやっぱり DAO っていうのをどうやって作っていこうっていう、知見がまだ足りない。We don't know much about like how we can organize DAOs in the community. So we are in the learning process to, yeah, what will be the potential problems right now, and yeah, how we can tackle on that. So yeah, let me getting into some of the little more concrete questions, or like your experience in a DAO or like a Web3 space. So that deteriorating the regarding the diversity and equity and inclusions. Can you say something? Do you have something like experience that the current DAO having an issue with like a DEI?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's going to be a problem in this space in general. I think that it's a little hard to explain everything, but the issue with a lot of DAOs is it wants to be a company, but with no legal system, you know? So there are many problems in society, right? Not just Web3. Even just imagine regular society, regular company. There is harassment, discrimination, taking advantage of poor people, many problems. And we have not solved all the problems yet. No, but we took some steps. We have contracts, keyaku, and we have like a human resources department, like HR. I don't know how you say it. Oh wait, I looked it up. Jinjibu, Jinjibu, and Hoteki Kenri. You have rights as employees, and I understand many people think, oh, it's a boring paperwork, right? Tsumaranai shorui, maybe we don't need it. It's a bureaucracy, but it protects people. That's why we made these things. So it's, to take away all of this and say, this is innovation. I think it's not so simple. You can't just take it away. You need to replace with a new system, keep protecting people. And I think it's a big problem that people don't focus enough. And go ahead.
Sorry. That point is quite right. And I was wondering how, this is quite a new space. And of course, the tech guys and the finance guys like easily maybe like notice like what's happening. But I was wondering how you get to know this kind of movement and like how you kind of join the DAO as a kind of contributors.
So for me personally, you mean my 個人的な話? Yeah, for me personally, so I do science communication, even when I lived in Japan, 日本に住んでいた時ね、翻訳、通訳、論文の書き方、実は私の研究室で、私しか英語を喋れなかった。そう、みんなの論文、私が書いた。学会があったら、私が発表した。So I have a lot of experience in science communication. I turn it into hobby also. So I like to do science writing and blog. I do science illustration, graphic design, science 科学 communication が大好きな人。So that's why, when the DAO formed, they wanted some help, with the science communication. And my, how can I say, my PI, like my 元の研究室のボス、PI は、そのビータDAOのリーダーだったので、私を誘いました。
なるほど。Science
communication person として。
そういうそのビータDAOとそのつながれるきっかけっていうのは PI 方がいらっしゃって、そこからつながっていったっていう経緯があるんですね。Now I got it, like how you get into the...
It's the mystery is solved.
But so even before that, you knew that also crypto movement already existed before you...
聞いたことあったけど、正直言うと興味なかった。なんかそれはその crypto bro. Do you have that expression like a crypto bro in Japanese?
Yeah, that's kind of memes everywhere in that Twitter.
Yeah. なんかクリプト病クリプトブロのことだから私興味なかった。But I was glad to be invited to a DAO and learn. I learned so many new things, and I learned about crypto, and that helps me with my finances too, because now I can participate and I learned about decentralized science and DAOs. And I think it's a very interesting movement. You know, I think it has a lot of potential. I have a lot of criticism of some things, you know, like I said, I think we need to pay more attention to employee, you know, and, you know, the boring paperwork is still important, but the movement of decentralized science, it's very interesting. You know, I'm an MD PhD doing my PhD right now. ね、今 PhD やってる。And it's hard. ね、難しい. It's hard and tiring. And it's a common joke, right? All the PhD students always so tired and なんか寂しい、悲しい. It's a common joke, at least in America. And it's, you know, we always thinking there must be a better way. Why is it like this? You know, we choose one project, then we have to do this one project for 5-6 years, even if later we hate it. Then we have to publish in the journal. We have to pay to publish in the journal, right? We have to finish for 6 years so we can write a paper, so we can publish in journal, pay the journal. Why? If you're a writer, when I write for a magazine or a newspaper, they pay me. Why am I paying to publish my research in a journal? It's a crazy system, you know, and then a reviewer will give you comments and you have to change it. And it's a secret reviewer and you can never talk to them. It's really strange system. I think it's a very old system and it's very interesting to imagine a new system. But, I want to be a part. I want to be a member of a community to explore the new systems.
Yeah, that's good to hear because I think there are some people here from a science communicator background, and while you are doing a PhD, you're doing also like a science communication as well, to somehow utilize your scientific knowledge and like engaging with peoples. So yeah, kind of right now we have a lack of channels to you know, talk, connecting with the kind of those DAOs internationally. So I was wondering, is there any like channels for like beginners, like in Japan, how those people can get into those space in a DeSci? Do you have any kind of
In English or in Japanese?
in Japanese? Yeah, we will do it, but maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that honestly, what you are doing here, having a conference, you know, in Japan is so important. And having a conference where people can speak Japanese too. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to do 100% Japanese, but I'm trying. I think it's so important. And, you know, it's not just a Web3 problem, this English problem. In the regular science, if you're all researchers, you know, I was so surprised when I worked in Japan. In order to get the PhD, my Japanese colleague must publish a paper in English. They can't publish paper in Japanese, at least at my university. Maybe it's common, I don't know. And
it's common in my
yeah, and you know, it's so difficult. Even for me, I'm a native speaker. It's difficult to read papers, to write papers. I can't imagine doing it in another language. That's so hard. And I hope that, you know, now with the new technology like Chat GPT, did you know Chat GPT speaks Japanese? It helps me with my Japanese. Yeah, it can do both translation very well.
Yeah.
You know, I hope that with the AI translation, this can be less of a problem, you know, and maybe there can be more DAOs that you can work across different languages, and with the technology, it will automatically translate, because it's really not fair to make everybody use English, I think.
Like yesterday or like 2 days ago, something like my boss actually tweeting about that, like like it's quite unfair that we supposed to like everything in English, like even a PhD students need a lot of trainings. So たくさんやっぱトレーニングして英語で論文を書かないといけないっていうのは、まあ特に日本のところだとその英語不慣れな人が多かったりするので難しいっていうのもあって。そういうことをなんか僕のボスがつぶやいていたので、なんかそれはなんかすごい共通した課題だなと思ったし、and then like I do like now I daily use ChatGPT like GPT-4 to all the translation stuff. Even in Japanese, I don't know like very polite ways to say something to people. So I use ChatGPT and ask them coding and stuff. I guess. Sarah also mentioned like how we can utilize that we should explore the combination of the Web3 and also AI, how we can tackle on some problems in science. So maybe let me get into a little bit your experience also in Japan. You already kind of mentioned that, but how you kind of got into get interested in Japanese and Japan, and how you ended up coming to Japan. Is that the kind of medical like exchange program or something?
No, so I don't even remember. I was すごく小さい頃からずっと日本に興味深いだった。I was maybe like 6 years old. I started trying to learn some Japanese. Nobody knows why. Maybe I had a Japanese friend. We have a joke that maybe, my previous life, like 以前の人生, I was like a Japanese person. I don't know. But so ずっと子供の頃からずっと日本に興味深い. And after when I was in college, finally やっと大学に入ってから日本語の授業があって真面目に日本語を勉強できるようになった。なんかちょっと音があって
はいはい、こちらの方で頑張って調整するんですけど、日本に、来る、まあ、興味を持ってたからいらしたと思うんですけど、その来た後で、例えば日本にもう少し残って、PhD やってみたいなとか、そういう気持ちはもともとあったのか、それともやっぱりちょっとなかなか難しいところやっぱあるなと思って、アメリカで、もともともしかしたら、MD、PhD をアメリカでやったのかもしれないですけど、なんかそこの日本で何かこう感じたバリアみたいなものがあればちょっと聞きたいなと思っていて、それは多分日本の人が海外でDAO に入っていくときとかのなんかこう障壁にもなり得るのかなと思っていて、もうちょっと。
For me, my story, 大学を卒業したときに、日本語を頑張って勉強したので、日本に行こうと思った。行かないと、その日本語の授業無駄になるでしょ。だから、その時に日本へ引っ越しにいた。なんかプログラムはなかった。
でも
my colleague, like professor の友達が聖マリアの医科大学病院で働いていて、その人とメールで話し合って、なんか仕事のそういうふうに就職した。そういう方法で仕事できた。はじめに1年間ぐらい日本に住んでみたいかなと思ったけど、 やっぱりすごく大好きだった。帰りたくなかった。どんどん4年になった。But finally, I always wanted to go to medical school. 医学部に入りたかったね。And it's not really possible for me to do in Japan. The system is totally different. In Japan, 高校を卒業してから直接に医学でしょ But in America, もう大学を卒業したでしょ So it's a totally different system. So I need to go back home for that.
More like the system differences that you kind of led to decide to do PhD and MD in the US.
But also, it's better to have an American medical license. You can use it in more places in the world. It's very difficult if you have a Japanese medical license. It's very difficult to move somewhere else. And it's another problem of always the, American and European system is the center. So it's very difficult for a Japanese doctor to move to America, but very easy for American doctor to move to Japan. Well, not very easy, but more easy to keep your license.
Right.
So it's just another example of the maybe unfair system, but it's life.
I wanted, so that is kind of I wanted to hear, because based on the personal experience, we will encounter some barriers, systematic barriers, and that I think you mentioned that particularly. So I'm very glad to hear that, because now in Japan, a lot of people got interested. Young generations. I'm quite surprised this time. すごいびっくりしたのが、大学生の人たちがすごくWeb3 とかDeSciにすごい興味を持ってくれていて、ただ僕は彼らのことをよくわかってないのがあるし、今のシステムがどう違うのかっていうのもあって、彼らが入っていくときにどういったことがバリアになるんだろうっていうのがすごく気になっています。なので、有原さんが今回話してくれたようなことで、どうやったらもっともっと彼らが入ってきて、さらに海外で、例えば、有原さんと会って話せるような形で、コミュニティ作っていけたらなと思ってます。So, yeah, I'm quite curious and motivated to kind of introducing the student in Japan. They really want to do science and also know about crypto, and they want, but the channels in Japan is quite huge. So I want also them to, go abroad and communicate with them, because this is international movement, like you say, DIs and DAOs in nature is quite international.
You're already taking a great first step with this conference. It's so important, and I hope you will keep doing it. And I think it's not necessary to go to America or Europe to participate in DAOs. You can make your own organization in Japan, by Japanese people for Japanese people, and you can collaborate with other organizations. And soon, we will have an AI auto translation, so can all be together. But until then, you can make your own organization. And also, we're running out of time, so not enough to explain all of this. But DeSci is not only DAOs, So DeSci is a decentralized science. So basically, if you have a problem with the centralized science, you think, too much power in a small group of people's hands. There's, too much power with the journal publishers, or too much power with the government, and it is maybe not good for progress, and you have a new idea, then you should take some time to explore the idea. And a blockchain technology maybe one helpful technology, and DAO maybe one type of organization. But it's not only that. It's you can do a decentralized science organization without any crypto blockchain Web3 if you want to. It's more 考え方でしょ? It's a, technology より考え方が大事なこと。
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, we had a speakers yesterday. So we had a press session, and there's some people from the doing local community, the citizen science background, and doing that. They're quite interested in us, and I think decentralized science also mean that also like a different community pursuing different things with a scientific method. So that is quite important, and I really glad to hear from you. And sorry, I'm running out of time, so I will try to wrap up. But yeah, so this is really the first, the beginning of the beginning. So I want also students and people, younger researchers, also elder researchers, maybe can easily get into this field. So I would like to, introduce Ariela if you want to, connect with us. So yeah, please say thanks, and let's next to the Ariela. Thank you very much, Ariela.
If anybody wants to talk, please freely give them my contact information. I'm happy to talk with anybody later since we're out of time. And just one last thing, I plan to be in Tokyo, in Japan in October. So maybe we can have some small meeting for people who are local in Tokyo.
Absolutely. So, yeah, thanks a lot, Lila. It's a fantastic talk. So, okay. Thank you very much again.
ありがとうございます。
Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. Now we're going to have a lunchtime. So you have an announcement?
Hi, thank you, everybody. I'm Shiro. I have three things to remind you of. The first one is the sponsor booth. Our sponsor, DV and the Gifted DAO have a booth over there. So if you're interested in them, just go over there and contact with them. And Gifted DAO also has a booth in the Hall B. It's over there. And they distribute the NFTs over there. So if you are interested in that, let's get in the Hall B. And the second one is the unconference. We're planning to have the unconference at the dinner time from 7:30 p.m. And the unconference is the participator-driven discussion program. And so you pick up the topic you want to discuss about or hear from and have a discussion on that. And to do so, we have the sticky notes over there. So if you have something you want to discuss, just write down on the sticky notes. And we have the whiteboard over there. So put the sticky notes on the whiteboard. And we collect the topics you want to discuss and have the conference. The third one is about the NFTs. We are distributing the NFT as the participation certificate over there. So if you want to get some NFTs, just go to the reception and we will show the page you want to get the NFT from. Thanks.
Okay, ありがとうございます。どうもお疲れ様です。日本語でもっていうことなんですけども、多分、後ろのブースの B のところで、ギフテダオさんのブースでその NFT もらえるこうクイズとかやれるので、ぜひ参加していただければなと思ってます。2時間お昼時間ありますので、その時間活用していただくのと、あとDB ダオさん、ニューヨークから来てマイケル、マイケルそうさんもちょっとブース出しているので、ぜひちょっとお話ししてみたい方お話しいただければと思います。 二つ目は確かアンカンファレンスのことで、後ろにいる黒い服着たクヤムさんがですね、いるんですけども、ディナー中にちょっともう少しこういうとディサイってなんだろうみたいなのを話し合う場みたいなのを作ろうと思ってまして、皆さんぜひちょっと参加していただければなと思ってます。詳しい話はぜひちょっと聞いてみてください。で、最後NFT、プープっていう参加券みたいなのも配っているので、もし興味ある方は受付の方までよろしくお願いします。この2時間まだ時間あるので、ぜひいろんな方とお話ししてください。ありがとうございました。よろしくお願いします。次も。 Yes, we are about to start finally second sessions. So I think the second sessions, Ryo Sasaki will be moderator today, but I'll taking care of right now. So next speaker is Michael Fisher from DBDAO. I think that's quite important. He's giving a decentralized infrastructures, how we connect liquidity and data, so combining with NFT and database. So yeah, you can talk anytime.
Thank you, guys. Happy to be here. I'm from DBDAO. I'm also representing DeSci New York City, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on. So get excited for that as well. Oh, can you see it on this? Can the camera see it? I don't know. Maybe I stand up here and the camera sees it. Oh, I went out of tune. Thank you. Keeping him on his feet. Do the slides there or no? So the problem that I'm trying to solve here is that we have all this scientific data. We have these DeSci projects out there, and obviously science is backed by data and backed by computation and backed by experimentation. And one of the real goals in sort of what separates open science, where people are just sort of contributing their data online and making it open, and I think decentralized science is the incentivization mechanisms that people have to earn impact certificates or earn USDC or earn credit or earn reputation by posting their data online, or by posting their papers online, or by posting, we can also do the Control P thing. Oh, maybe the screen isn't sharing. Let me go with another. Okay, so it was about what I was saying is open science differs from DeSci because we can create incentive mechanisms through crypto and through blockchain and through impact certificates. And so the problem that we're trying to set out to solve here is how do we incentivize people who don't necessarily know each other to work together on the blockchain, to contribute data to scientific experiments, and then reward them for the contributions that they make to a data set. So I'll kind of walk through the thought process of how we do that and how that works. Just before I start, I just wanted to say a little bit more about myself. I just finished my PhD at Stanford. I was studying computer science, and I wrote these 2 books. One is on regulating AI. You can buy them both on Amazon if you're interested. And one is on company formation. So basically how to start a company in the United States, like a crypto company specifically, and how to do it somewhat legally as possible. So I basically wrote up all the steps. I think this might be helpful for people who are in DeSci, especially in the United States. So the goals of DeSci for me is like around like accelerating science and making science go faster, and also creating like sort of like a GitHub for scientific data. And then the other goal is kind of having more rigor around how data is collected and analyzed. And this will sort of tie into why I thought creating like a Web3 database for decentralized science projects would be really helpful to do it. And the other thing I think is important is creating like a permissionless thing. So with a lot of like Web 2 things, you need to fill out a form, and it's kind of complicated. But I think what's cool about crypto and cool about like DeSci is anybody can engage with crypto. You know, you don't need permission from anyone. It's just like, it's all part of the protocol. And I was thinking like, wouldn't it be cool if anyone could contribute to a DeSci project just by like conducting the experiment themselves and not having to go through, be part of a university or part of a PI, be part of a lab group or something. So I'll give us like, I'll show you, this is a demo of how it works, but then we'll go into like who's using it and then how the protocol works. But this will just give you like a very simple overview. So say we wanted to like collect every butterfly in the world. Like, that's a tricky problem because it's very distributed across countries, and it's not clear how we incentivize them or what the format of the data should be like. So this is DB-DAO here, and I'll show you how it works. So the first thing we do when creating like a data set is we define what we're trying to do. So we need to say like, okay, we're going to create a butterflies of the world data set. So then the next thing we need to do is we need to define the schema. So in order for it to be like a permissionless way for people to engage with this, we need to say like, in order to permissionlessly engage, you need to fill out these specific fields. So this, in this experiment, it is the species, and okay, so it's the species. So it's just one field you have to fill out. Now, what makes this so cool is that every row that's in this database here is actually not just like sitting on the server, it's actually living on the blockchain. So every time someone adds to the database, what's happening on the back end is it's minting an NFT that contains the JSON object for that row in the database, and then it's also storing it on IPFS. So you can see here we also have fields for the NFT. You can see it on Block Explorer, and you can see it on IPFS. So we define butterflies of the world here. So now from this, we create a form so that we can send this. So say we're part of like Butterfly DAO. We would take this form that we just created right here and send this out to all the people who are in our DAO. So when we fill out the monarch here, this is actually tied to our wallet address. So you've put in the word monarch, and then you press submit here, and this is tied to the wallet. This uses MetaMask to tie this data value to your wallet address. So now you can see this data point is on OpenSea. Right here, it's on OpenSea. So you could buy and sell this data point, which is really cool. Because maybe you had like a lot of data or like a health record. You can just, it's all on OpenSea and it's just all living in your wallet. And you can see, you can also see it on Avalanche. So this is the transaction history. So you have provenance for every piece of data. And lastly, you can see it lives also, it lives on IPFS. think maybe we skipped over it, but there's an IPFS link there too. Okay, so now we'll dig into like who's using it and why they're using it. Okay, so I think one of the like the cooler one of the very cool projects out there right now is called HairDAO. So they're looking into like hair loss and how like they're looking for drugs or different types of interventions to do these like large scale clinical trials. Now, what I think makes this so cool is like how competitive they can be with traditional science. So if you're in like traditional science or like a drug company, you need to pay like thousands of dollars for each person who's contributing to your data set. And I think HairDAO's insight was that, oh, there's all these Reddit communities with hundreds of thousands of members who are wanting to participate in a clinical trial or experimentation or just are experimenting on themselves and have no ability to sort of compile that data. I mean, how many people here have, your foot hurts and you don't know why, so you test out 10 different things and you find out what works well for you and what doesn't work well for you. It would be nice if you could also just, as part of that experimentation process, compile that data into a common thing. And that was kind of their insight here. So currently HairDAO, they're testing out this new drug called RU58841. And so they built a patient portal on top of DBDAO to collect data from all their members who are part of their DAO. So here you can see you upload your genome file over here, and you talk about like the drug that you're taking, with a brand, the duration, how you applied it, the frequency, the dosage, the efficacy, and you can upload some pictures as well. But they have this whole patient portal that they built, and every time you create a row on that patient, every time you create an entry in that patient portal, that entry lives in your wallet, which is very cool. Another one is who's building on top of it is Altaflora. So Altaflora is based in the UK, and they're like a traditional like Web 2 company, but they wanted to become like more Web 3, and they wanted to create a epilepsy DAO. So there's some like clinical trial. There's some people are looking on in the internet and finding that CBD, like basically like marijuana, helps to limit the amount of epileptic seizures that kids have. So parents have sort of empirically found this out. And they have this very cool patient portal, which sends people reminders and email updates. And what they're doing is they're swapping out their existing sort of database to the DBDAO backend, so they can take their existing Postgres and then automatically create NFTs from all the entries that are in their database, which is cool. So you can sort of, if someone is a traditional Web 2 company, they can easily transition over to a Web 3 company just by swapping out, making it a very simple change in their code. Okay, so each of these different portions really needs to be converted to have like a full infrastructure for DeSci. So we need like DeSci needs its own storage, and maybe we can do it with IPFS and Arweave. DeSci needs its own hosting abilities, and DeSci needs its own name service. And one thing that they didn't really have was like a database. So I thought that would be like a good place to help as well. So if we had like a Web3 database, you get a lot of benefits from it also. So I think the number one benefit that differentiates a Web3 database from like a traditional Web2 database is like the incentive mechanisms that can be part of it. So now, instead of a database just being like Twitter, where you tweet something and your data goes from your brain to Twitter's database, and now they own that and they monetize it. Here, when you think something and you tweet it or you submit it, that data now lives in your wallet, and you can monetize, and you can use any sort of other incentive mechanism you want to get people to contribute to it. It's not, they don't just have to contribute out of their own goodwill now. You're paying people to contribute data. And there's this kind of this idea of like negatively priced data. So like normally, if you want to store data, you have to pay money to store it every month. You might have to pay like Google or Amazon S3 like 0.001 cents per month per gigabyte. But they should really be paying you if you think about it, because you're giving them valuable information. They should be able to in some way monetize it and give you money back for the data that you produce. Another cool thing about a Web3 data, and that's kind of like what we're trying to do, is pay people for their data. Another cool thing is like with a Web3 database is like you have data permanence. So how many times have you been part of a lab, the server crashes, there's a transition in PhD students, all that data is lost for scientific knowledge. And I think this is like an important thing because like there's probably a lot of scientific data that was hundreds of years old that is now gone, and the same thing's going to happen in 100 years unless we do something about it. So by building a database on top of Web3 technologies like IPFS and like the block, like Ethereum, we can ensure that that data will be around for as long as those types of systems will be around. Data composability is cool. Like right now, you can't really link between data sets very easily, but when you have a namespace that is completely general, you can go across it. You can link rows in different data sets forever. Data ownership, data privacy, so people can protect their data with their own keys. Identity, so you can tie where each piece of data is coming to an individual person or to an individual machine. So say down the road, you have a temperature sensor that is contributing data to a data set, and you later find out that it's been calibrated wrong or there's some other problem. Now you can you can just go back to where it came from on the wallet address who contributed it and invalidate it. Okay, so once you have the data, how does it work? So, like I said before, every row in the database is an NFT. So at the end of the day, you have a database full of, let's say, 100 different NFTs. And what makes this kind of cool is, say it's a row of 100 people's medical records. Maybe a pharmaceutical company or an insurance company will come along and say like, oh, this data is very, very valuable. We're gonna pay, for this 100 records, we're gonna pay $1,000 for it. Then what we can do is once that data has been sold, we take a cut, but then we give the majority of the money back to the people that actually contributed the data. So the money people put in their records, the money comes in at the top, and then the people who get the data, who put the data in initially, get money out. And this is really cool because you can't just, can only not only just sell the data once, you can sell the data multiple times to multiple people. So people can have a steady flow of income for their data, which is cool. And then the other interesting thing about having like a database built out of NFTs is each piece of data is a token. So you can now apply any sort of DeFi mechanic, like lending or taking a loan out on a piece of data or selling your data. If you have an NFT that's valuable, you can sell that to someone else and then get money, and then now they own your NFT that's generating a consistent cash flow. So now you can start to apply financial principles to tokenized data, which is really interesting. Okay, so now we have a problem though. If when you put data into a data set, you get a percentage of the earnings from that data as it's created, what do you think is going to happen is people are going to just try and put in thousands and thousands of records and try and get 99% of the data that is in the data set, money that's created by the data set. So something's generating $1,000 a month. I'm going to try and put in 1 million records into it and get all of that money to myself. So how do we prevent that? We prevent it by having people stake a small amount of money when they contribute something to the data set. So when you put a row into the data set, the person who creates the data set, who we call the curator, says, in order to propose putting a row into the data set, you need to pay 50 cents. And if your row is accepted, you get your 50 cents back. But if your row is rejected, you get slashed and we get to keep your 50 cents. And if, if the curator who creates this rule is evil, then people will not contribute to the data set anymore because they'll look at the log history on chain and see like the curator has rejected the past 1,000 rows. I saw the piece of data. I'm not going to participate in this website, in this data set curation. But this is a way of preventing spam, basically, by having people pay a small fee and getting them to get that small fee back if their data is good. And if their data is bad, they just end up paying for contributing money to the data set. Thank you. Okay, so the curator is the person that is in charge of curating a data set. And so who is the curator? So the curator can be, the curator in our case is a multi-sig. And so that means on the other side of it is 10 people. A multi-sig can be many things. A multi-sig can be one person. A multi-sig could be a team of people. A multi-sig could be a DAO. But a multi-sig could also be an AI. So an AI could be in charge of determining what types of data is allowed or not allowed into the data set. We can also encrypt everything so all the data remains private on chain. And this is sort of how the business model works, is that we take a cut. The person who curates the data set gets the cut because they do a lot of work in making sure the data is high quality and validating it. And then the majority of it goes back to the people that actually contributed the data at the end of the day. I'd just like to take 2 seconds to pitch DeSci NYC. So we host DeSci NYC meetups once a month in New York City. You can follow us. We're a big fan of DeSci Tokyo and DeSci Japan. So thank you for having us here. And you guys are all welcome in New York. We started this. We get a good crowd. We're always looking to help other people, or if you're interested in integrating, send me a message on Telegram at go Michael. And here's all the info on this last page. And we have to do any moment for questions or anything? One question? You have a question? Yes. Sustainable from keeping it like alive on chain, or sustainable from making sure the incentives for human? Yeah, I think the way you keep it sustainable is by paying people to do it. So like a lot of things die just because no one's incentivized to maintain it. Like there'd probably be a lot more GitHub repos that are maintained if everyone who used the GitHub repo paid like $1 and that went into a pool of and create a pool of $10,000 so that someone could update and fix the bugs and update the dependencies from time to time. And I think this is how you keep it maintained, is by creating like a business model around it of paying the curator, who's sort of the weak link here. And so the curator has a pool of money that's waiting for them to curate the data set. And that's how and his question was, how do you keep the data set sustainable? I think it's an important question because a lot of data sets become stale after a while. Like say you have a data set of like restaurants in Tokyo, like what happens after 5 years is half those restaurants are out of business and the data set is no longer useful. And the same thing happens with scientific data. So I think paying people to update it is probably one of the better ways to keep it sustainable. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe Lashmi's next speakers, please. I'll set the time for you. So do you want to use my PC or your PC? Yeah, okay, sure.
I share a view link.
Yeah, so you sent me
Telegram.
Telegram. Okay, so next speaker is Lashmi. So she's working on in Opscientia, right? Last time, like Michael was talking about the databases, but she's going to talk about a decentralized ID, right? It's related. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hello. I'm Rashmi Bigeri. I'm from India, and I'm working as a lead developer in OpSci. So what is OpSci? What are we doing? We're building tools for scientific community for them to incentivize and reward impacts. So give me. Oh, I just need to. Okay. So we believe that with proper incentives, we can we can like encourage reproducible science practices and like provide verifiable impact. So how do we actually do that? So decentralized science has like roots from open source and open science. I know that decentralized science is very different. Michael just talked about it. So what is decentralized science and what do we want to do? The impact that open source had on software development, we want to have that impact with decentralized science on the scientific community. So there are many ways which blockchain can help solve problems in science. So let's take a look at it. So it can help us like find new ways to cooperate, and then it's more like encourage more transparent incentives. Like in GitHub or anything, the code that developers write is like transparent. Now, what if the research that research scientists do, what if it's transparent from like the step one of collecting the data sets to do research and to writing the steps on how to do it and the whole process of what they do research. So this is helpful because if that the whole process is open sourced, people can, other scientists or like other scientific community or people who want to do research can like help, can like learn from it. And the people who are like advanced and professionals can also see, okay, is this possible? If there's any way to do it, or is this right, or is this wrong, or is this can be improved upon? It's just coordinates on one mission to improve science. So we can also store decentralized data and metadata storage. DBDAO, yeah, is one of the products to do that. So verifiable research objects and new forms of identity management. So what do? We are trying to solve three problems. One is that the research community like isn't really incentivized to share the data sets. And if we want to have a revolutionary impact like what open source had on software development, if we want to have that similarly on the scientific research, we need to open source the science and research and data sets that we use and do. So the lack of reproducibility and reliability in scientific research, what is that? So the reason most of the research is kind of like not reproducible and unreliable is because the data sets that they like researched upon is not available. We don't know whether the data set that they did research on is like good, is it of good quality, is it fake or is it good, and something like that. And if we have limited access to what these steps are involved in research and data sets, we don't really have an incentive to just like verify the research. The reason verifying research helps us, it's like it helps build credibility of that research. Say like, for example, if cloning is possible, it's someone, there are like 10 other people who wrote, okay, these are the steps of cloning, and how do we know which one is right? We need to verify it. For that, the researchers need to share how they concluded that cloning is possible in that particular way. So we need to promote and incentivize sharing of data in the research community. So yeah, as I said, scientific data is not shared among peers, and in fact, it's less than 10% of it's shared. The reason this happens is like there's no proper incentive for them to do that, and because the scientific journals like help promote, hey, there's new and exciting, publish a new exciting journal like which is catchy, which is like newsworthy, but there's good work to be done in like improving upon research that's already been done, and then just like chasing, oh, hey, this is the new research that I've done, even though it's even one thing to know is like we might even not know whether that research is reliable or not. So another reason is like even if scientists want to share the data, there is no standardized protocol. Like say one research scientist may collect and organize the data in one specific kind of folder, and the other person like has a different folder structure. This slows down everything, and there needs to be a standardized protocol of sharing data. So that's one of the reasons. And there is lack of resources to properly manage and share data. So scientists are dealing with like terabytes and petabytes amount of data. So the Google Drive and those Google Drive, OneDrive, and all the other storage in Web 2 doesn't really support that. Like 15 GB for free, it's really not much. And for research, it's really not much. So we need a open source like archival platform where we can store any amount of data, and it's open and it's standardized, and people can access it and verify it. So, and yeah, the major cause, one of the major impact that not sharing data has had, like because of that, there's 70% of research that is not being replicated. And this is like, say a research needs to be implemented in a business, like, hey, new method of creating chairs or something, and like easy, there's a new raw material or like mining method. So businesses like quite spend a lot on like actually implementing these steps and like making sure what's actually said in that paper can be done. So if it's like, if the data is shared, it's like people can verify it and then like say, hey, this is replicable research, and it's proven, and many other people who are not connected with the researcher are like have implemented it and have been able to successfully replicate the results and reproduce the results. So if that's not possible, like the reason it's like they lead to a lot of errors and like wasted efforts in businesses, and even just like you would be just, if a research is not replicable, it would just be like some news, right? It's like some fancy news, like, hey, something can be done in this way, or like a news article. So, and also AI and ML models are only as good as the data that they're trained upon. So one of the major and the popular example, which is like Neuralink, they are an company which are like operating with brain neuro interface, and this is important research, right? Like they're implementing something significant that can have good and as well as bad impact on humans. So if it's decentralized, other people can like maybe think about things that Neuralink company has not been thinking about. Like we can help prevent some of the errors that Neuralink might face later, or like what happens is like, yeah, sure, Neuralink bears the consequences and risks of like them running into problems later, but there are also like collateral damage. When it comes to important things like Neuralink or like neuroscience, brain neuro interface, humans would be collateral damage. Our data and our lives would be collateral damage. So we need to not just be focusing on the quality of the data set, we also need to have focus on infrastructure and the access of those data sets. So what's the solution? So one of the approach that we took was like, hey, people are having trouble publishing and sharing data sets. And one of the things was like, okay, they don't have 15 GB is not enough. So let's make it like no limit on the size of data sets and allow them to just publish any amount of data on blockchain, on IPFS and Filecoin, and they can archive it. It's like permanently stored. So, but we did create that. We quickly ran into a problem of needing an identity. If it's just connect wallet and then publish a data set, it doesn't really make anything. It doesn't really serve anything. For that reason, we went on to create an identity too. So just a brief thing, Opsci.io is the open science community autonomous society that we are, and Verse and Commons are the two products that we are providing and we're building. So Verse is the identity solution that I was talking about, and Commons is the decentralized archival platform. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have created. This is what we're building. So how do I play it? Okay, thank you. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think this one has sound. Okay, so this is a landing page where one can go and create an identity, and it takes them to a modal where they can connect wallet, continue with Orchid, GitHub, or Google. So next, once they create an identity, they can choose that whether they can be public or private. Okay, private is still coming soon. By default, right now, we have a public identity. So then they move on to create a profile. Okay, real quick before we continue, this Verse is a decentralized identity registry. We want Verse to be adopted as like the one academic credential that one has on in the whole scientific community. So how we do that? There are many profiles, like academic profiles, like one which was mentioned is Orchid. It's popular, but not really that popular because it's mutable. Like say, I, Rashmi V. Abigeri, I created some research and I might have not put that up on Orchid, but someone else can claim that, hey, I am Rashmi and this is my research. So this is, we can't have that, right? So we also want to have on-chain actions to be recorded with their academic profile. Like as DeSci progresses, we would need to record all that and then just have one interface where everyone can see it and just view what they have done in science. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, it's working. They upload an image, just simple creating a profile and username, and then they have some questions that they need to answer, like, hey, what scientific community are you part of? Chemistry, biology. I personally love chemistry, especially organic chemistry. What is your role? Like, are you working in applied, experimentalist, peer review, anything? Okay, so we just have a short about you description that they can also update. Now, so academic credentials like Orchid, developer credentials, social and community. They can link all of these accounts and create one profile for DeSci, their one interface with DeSci. So with ORCID, in their profile, they have information of where they studied, what research they published, and what is their qualifications, and what article or like what research that they peer reviewed on. And we actually like put all that and put it in a one interface, one profile. Okay, yeah. So this is like combining on-chain identity with the scientific academic identity. Okay, this society is something later to be discussed. But yeah, so once they have an identity, we at Commons we are using this identity as a gate. So in order for someone to publish a data set and archive that, they should have a verse identity, and then they would be able to do that. Okay, so what are societies? Societies are like, say, a group of communities. Like our founder, Shadi, he belongs to a neuroscience community. And like, say, I create a society of like chemistry research and stuff like that. We can create a society, and all these on-chain decentralized science academic identity can belong to a society. And then they all can like help each other to peer review each other's research and like verify it and like reproduce the results that each other do and stuff like that. Okay, so yeah, this is to be done. We're still working on it, and the functionality, the front end is ready, but the functionalities need to be done. Okay, so this is the profile. This is what it would look like. So here, okay, you have an profile which is verified by Holonym, and okay, ignore the Holonym part right now. So Verse was built upon the early stages of Holonym. Holonym is a ZK-proof decentralized identity. Okay. So, okay, why is this profile important? Why is an identity important? Now, one of the thing that we discussed is like, we repeatedly discussed, that was sharing your data. And this helps like replicating results, reproducing the scientific research and everything. Now, we need to have a way of like recording all that, and it needs to be shown here. This is something like, this helps a community, scientific community in a way. And all that is recorded on one platform. And based on this, based on how many impacts they have, based on their actions in the scientific community, which is recorded on this profile, people can be funded. People can use this profile to like get funds and like say, hey, this is my resume for my academic, and you can view what I've done and just like go on. If you think that what I'm doing is valuable, and if you are willing to bet on me, anyone can fund them. Okay, I'll close this browser right now. Yeah. Oh, this is one of the things that I also wanted to talk about. Hypercerts. So we talked about impact certificates, and I'm sure like other speakers also spoke about impact certificates. So when we pull the data of the research published from ORCID identity, we mint each of their research paper as an hypercert. So when anyone interacts with this research paper, like say they do peer review on it, and then they like, hey, they say that this research is verifiable, this research is reproducible, and say someone else just like backs it, like upvoting. This is all, everything is recorded with the hypercerts, and hypercerts come with the ability to get funded easily. So if someone wants to just fund this research, like say, hey, black hole waveform catalog is something that I am interested in and I want this research to progress, they can just fund it, and then it goes to the person who's like working on it, and then they can use it to then they can, like, once they receive the funding, they'll be obviously working on it. They also update what research is being doing after they receive money. And like, you can kind of think of as like each research paper as like some project that they're working on. And once that small project receives funding, they keep updating on their progress so that they're transparent with it. Okay, moving on to next.
So yeah, the time's running out of time. So how long will it take?
2 more minutes.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Next slide.
Yeah. Okay, so these are the links for WORS. You can check it out, what we're doing at wors.opsci.io, and Commons, the dataset archival platform. This Commons actually has an MVP where you can connect your wallet, you can connect your ORCID identity, and then have and archive a dataset. Right now, we are people can archive the neuroscience datasets, which is we actually validate the datasets on bits so that it doesn't just become like some storage platform. So bits is a brain imaging dataset standard. So yeah, that's one of the standards that we support. We're also working on supporting all of these standards that we have like in different fields. Yeah, this is what we want to do. The future of science will be open source, pluralistic, and impact driven. And it's not just like gated and based on like word of mouth or anything. So this is our team, and that's me, and that's the founder. Real amazing group of people. You can scan this QR code to waitlist your DeSci profile, and as I said, WORS is still being built, so you can just like type in your forms and provide your information, and then we'll invite you once we're ready. And you can connect with me, and this is my QR code. I am Rashmi V. Abhigeri on Twitter, and Rashmi V. Abhigeri also on Telegram. And yeah, those are ways you can contact me. Okay, thank you, everyone. If you guys have any questions regarding what I just said and any confusion, anything, just come and speak to me. I'll clear it up. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. So next speaker is Edin. Right there. You want to use your PC? Huh? Yeah, you can use yours too.
All right, well, thank you all for having me. I'm Erin McGinnis.
I'm the Chief of Staff at Talent DAO, and today we'll be taking some time to hopefully talk about the future of decentralized work and a bit of research, both from an organizational science perspective that we're doing at Talent DAO and some of the technology we're building to support DAOs and the future of work. So ultimately, the question that we're exploring is, what does the future of decentralized work look like, and why does this matter? And ultimately, as a society, we don't really know what the future of work will look like. We're used to existing in organizations that might be generally located in one geographic region. And maybe we're all used to using the same language in our communication. We're on the same time zones, and we have similar cultures that we understand the people we're interacting with throughout our workday. We know the names and the faces of the people we work with. But all of this may not be true moving into the future. And it's becoming not true in a lot of different DAOs that exist today. People are working full-time in these organizations that are brand new. We haven't studied them before. We know how corporations work. We know how startups work. We know how co-ops work. But we don't know what decentralized work looks like and how it works best. So ultimately at Talent DAO, we're exploring this through research to understand, are the constructs we know before still valid? Do we need to create entirely new ones to best kind of understand our environments? We also provide people as a service to take our research findings and help organizations apply that in the most optimal way possible. And then we also help from a tooling perspective, organization design and technology. And we'll be exploring a few of those examples today. So one of the first research projects I'm going to go over, which is really helpful as we're sitting in this room, many of us might be leaders in the organizations or projects we're a part of, is what is leadership in DAOs? And maybe if we're sitting here and we don't currently work in a DAO, this can still be extracted to the environment you might work in, and it might be applicable or a new way of approaching how you're a leader in your organization. So first, one kind of mindset shift that we discovered is DAOs or decentralized work environments are leaderful, not leaderless. Often we might think that, oh, we have this flat hierarchy, there are no leaders anymore. But that's not true. Every single person can be a leader, and becoming a leader really comes from seeing an opportunity, maybe a gap in the organization, then taking that step forward and saying, oh, I can do something about it, so I'm going to. And that's how leaders have emerged in these new work environments, rather than someone from up above them telling them, oh, you're now a leader. Now it's on us to say, no, I am a leader, so I'm going to be. And as people are stepping up into some of these different positions and leadership opportunities, a few different traits that we found to be really key are having an adaptable approach. Being in these types of environments are really variable, and being able to adapt to those changes is really essential. Also, being able to take a fluid role. Before, we might have had this really defined, structured title. And now it looks like, oh, we need some tech help here, I can step in, or I can step into this other role. And this is really essential to having these good work environments and creating strong cultures as well. Part of the role of leaders is vision setting and context sharing. So communication in an open, transparent way is really essential. To become a leader, like I mentioned before, is really building what your DAO needs. So just noticing where a need is and stepping up. That's how I've done anything in DeSci so far. So from a personal perspective, I can support this as well. One interesting finding that we've discovered from talking with leaders is initially they were really kind of hesitant to adapt traditional organizational best practices, thinking that, oh, DAOs, decentralized work is this entirely new thing. And that's not true. And we're finding that leaders are becoming more open to taking what we've learned before as a society, adapting it to these new environments, and then building on top of it, rather than forgetting the past. There's so much goodness in the past that we can learn from and continue to keep moving forward with. Ultimately, leadership looks like helping the DAO move forward, helping individuals move forward in their own careers, and doing so within the DAO. And then really just the navigation of both of those journeys. Really, to be a good leader comes back to trusting the people that we work with and then enabling them to take that next step forward. And that can be achieved through delegation, which is a really key part of this. By having smaller working groups, more people have the opportunity to become a leader, have the opportunity to contribute, and that helps them feel like they belong in the organization, increasing retention, engagement, and just ultimately working towards whatever vision that organization might have. And the last point is that while we're thinking about decentralized work or taking these different technologies, blockchain, or approaches, it's okay to start centralized or start how we have done things before, to set those initial structures and get the right people kind of to be able to vision set and enable others into those kind of spots. Then from there, work towards decentralization. That was one of the biggest regrets different leaders had, was moving towards decentralization too quickly, putting everything on chain immediately before they really knew what they were even trying to move towards. And they wish they would have figured it out, maybe had it a little bit smaller, centralized first, and then moved towards that. And this kind of leads into another one of our research projects, which is focused on DAO diversity or DAOversity. And in this, we found that 40% of people feel included. And those people were able to feel that way really through smaller working groups rather than the larger DAO. So by having these smaller teams, close-knit teams that people can feel that level of connection is really important for them to stay engaged. 60% of people also feel more like themselves in a DAO environment compared to traditional work environments. And this might be because they're able to be more of themselves or show up in different expressions that are of their choosing rather than some forced persona that they had to take on. A few other aspects are really related to the organizational culture. So the fact that it's more of a flat hierarchy, they can step up and decide who they want to be in that organization. And then also being judged on merit rather than identity was one thing that came up frequently in the research as well. One major reason that people feel excluded was kind of general discrimination and just feeling like there wasn't any engagement. So often when people might reach out or post posed some type of question to leaders or the organization and they got no response, that was the biggest kind of predictor of someone feeling excluded. Part of this ties back to, as a leader, needing to be able to make sure people feel that they are trusted to step up and answer those questions themselves. Otherwise, too much work falls on top of the leaders. So as people might be part of the core initial team, really opening it up and allowing others to take on maybe the role of answering those questions could be someone's first step of becoming a core contributor to a DAO. We also found that US dominance or a lot of different conversations or conferences happening in English was just a barrier for different people entering into this space as well. And then time zones just didn't align always for good working environments. And then a few different tips of how DAOs can be more inclusive is really just taking ownership over that DAO environment. So removing toxic members, making sure some of those structures are in place. These, I would say, are a bit more similar to kind of traditional work environments as well. And one key point that I just want to point out is if somebody were to feel more included or like they belong in a DAO or in a decentralized work environment because they're using a pseudonym or they're having this anonymous identity where people don't know what race they are, what languages they speak, what gender they are, that doesn't mean the culture there is inclusive. It just means that they're hiding to be able to exist in that environment. And changing the structures of that DAO is really something that should be looked into to make sure it's inviting and moving forward. A few other research projects that we're currently working on is looking at DAO network health, so the overall health or organizational sense of belonging that people have within a given working group or across the DAO in general. DAO onboarding, which is really looking at and trying to identify best practices for how do people first hear about a DAO, get onboarded, and then become a core contributor and stay engaged. And then a third project is a DeSci landscape analysis project, which I'm leading up to map out the entire DeSci ecosystem. So one invitation that I have to anyone listening here today, on historical landscape maps of the DeSci ecosystem, there's been a lack of Asian projects and organizations included in those maps. So whether you're working on something today or in the future, please reach out, make sure it's on my radar, the radar of other people's. We want that to be included, and it needs to be included in this snapshot of what is DeSci today and what will it be in the future. So please reach out. Right now we're starting with the Gitcoin Round 15, which is a platform that can help fund DeSci projects. A new round focused on DeSci is taking applications now. I think there will be more conversation on this later today, but that's how a lot of these projects got their first funding to get started. So that's a fantastic opportunity. All right, so now we're moving from research into technological infrastructure. And at Talent DAO, I know this is a bit of a complex map to look at first glance, but ultimately what we're saying is that authors of research, as well as peer reviewers and other people who support the advancement of research, whether it's in the stage of like still working on it or post-publication, are all really important contributors to knowledge bases and ecosystems, and they should all be recognized. Providing commentary and feedback on research helps advance it to the next stage. And without that, we're just talking to ourselves in echo chambers and doesn't actually enhance or move things forward. So that's why we've built out the Journal of Decentralized Work, which is a publication platform that takes kind of all of these variables into account, allowing for recognition of the peer reviewers, of the people leaving that commentary, or asking the critical questions that no one will ask. And this is live currently. Some of the content on here is filler content as we onboard different authors and contributors to the platform. So if you have different research or work that you think is relevant to the decentralized workspace in particular, would love to get you connected here. Another technology that is being built out at TalentDAO in conjunction with LabDAO is called Project Lion, and it's ultimately analyzing large language models to build out simulated organizations. So for instance, analyzing the different members of TalentDAO, understanding each of our own personalities, building out AIs off of us, and being able to kind of map out how our organizational structure works or doesn't work great. So this can be really helpful for mapping out where there are different problems or opportunities within an organization, play out different simulated pathways rather than having to go through all of those headaches in real life. And this can just help organizations and individuals be able to optimize their time a bit better. The example over on the left is a current state of kind of this build out where the Leo bot, you can ask it different questions about the organization, it responds back. It can also respond back about different team members. And this is one kind of tool that could be integrated into it as well, instead of taking up people's time to answer all those questions, so they can contribute in more meaningful ways. So this is what we're researching at TalentDAO and how we're thinking about what the future of decentralized work can look like, and what questions we're asking. We're a group of organizational scientists. A lot of the DeSci ecosystem is currently focused on biology. So folks in the social sciences, there's definitely a space for you as well in DeSci, and there's a lot of opportunity for you to quickly kind of come in and become a leader in that domain if that's of interest too. I know I mentioned throughout this presentation a few different points where I would love to stay connected and engaged with you moving into the future. So I'm at Erin McGinnis on all social media platforms, Twitter, Telegram, LinkedIn. The QR code goes to my Twitter. We'll be continuing to expand on the DeSci landscape analysis. So at minimum, if you're thinking about a project, I have a good grasp on the ecosystem, so I'm happy to plug you in there as well. Thank you so much for sharing your time with me.
Right. Yeah, thanks a lot for introducing the TalentDAO. So next session will be like actually panel discussions, including Erin's, and also the people interested in DAOs and how we can think about the future of DAOs. This is kind of a little bit different from decentralized infrastructure, but yeah, initially that session is meant to be in the morning, but please let us set up stuff. Okay, nobody come. Right, so let me. Right, please go.
これで、どうなんだっけ。これでいけます。オンラインのやつって出せたりしますか。Google に上げられる。これです。岡島さんの資料。岡島さんの資料じゃあ、ネットにつなげば、1個ずつ変えますか。オンラインでいいやと思って。はい。Right.
Very close to the first pointer, right? You basically live in Japan or just to visiting? Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for coming to Japan.
Okay, let's start for the panel discussion. Okay, my clothes is too formal. Okay, the Japanese traditional storyteller, rakugoka, take off their jacket for the get it serious. So I will take jacket. Okay, and I'm honored to moderate this panel discussion as such a great conference. So, firstly, I would like to introduce myself, and I'm Ryo Sasaki. And after doing astrophysics study in the government facilities and got PhD, now I'm a data scientist in the Japanese company, and I'm doing the data science, data analytics for the Web3 data for blockchain. Besides of that, I host the Spotify exclusive podcast channel specialized in the astrophysics division on the space industries and something. Nice to see you guys. Okay, please. Let's introduce by yourself from Yashi-san. Okay. Who's the first?
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this is 30 minutes panel discussion, so
yes.
I just introduce quick. So I'm Rena, and I'm CEO and founder of L. So our company is creating artificial satellite and creating artificial shooting stars, so real one. So our vision is to contribute to the science, but thank you. So, but to not only for creating shooting star for entertainment, but also we are collecting the data of the upper atmosphere, mesosphere. So we already launched 2 satellites, and now we are preparing a 3rd satellite, and we'd like to collect the data from observing our shooting stars. So maybe many people wondering why I am here, but so this is for the data, because to maximize data value, I think that our data and Web3 systems like decentralized science is very important for maximize our data value. So to maximize data value, we need to collaborate many companies and institutional things and government. So I'm really curious to create decentralized science mechanisms. So today I'm very happy to hear. So thank you. So this is my introduction quickly.
Thank you. So next is Erin-san.
All right. Is this working? Okay.
Yes.
I'm Erin. You all heard from me a couple moments ago. So thank you for listening to me some more. Yeah, so I'm Erin McGinnis. My original educational background is in neuroscience, and then I proceeded to get into the health tech startup field, fell into the blockchain Web3 rabbit hole, and got spit out into DeSci, which is probably the best intersection for my different interests. I've been working in DeSci for about a year now, have helped a handful of different organizations and events, and I'm really interested in the intersection of community or people and science, startups or innovation and technology, and how we can leverage blockchain to really move forward. And that leads into some of the work I'm currently focused on, which is the DeSci landscape analysis, to map out the whole ecosystem, understand the individuals and organizations in the space, and get a snapshot so we can understand where we're going, and also hopefully show to investors just how viable this industry is, and invite new participants, researchers, establish traditional organizations to become partners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Yashita-san.
I'm Miho. I'm a lawyer and Chief Compliance Officer of Crypto Garage. Crypto Garage is a virtual asset service provider registered at Japanese Financial Service Agency. And our company is dealing with the custody service of the private key for wholesale customers right now. As my background is law, so I would like to provide some challenging aspect of DAO today. But I will baton touch to Sasaki-san.
Thank you for the introduction. Yes, okay. So we would like to discuss, in this panel discussion, we would like to discuss about the difficulty to operating and the DAO in the DeSci project. I think that you guys each is a specialist for the science and operation and legal. So from your perspective, what is the difficult point to operating the DAOs and something the DeSci project?
I also have the questions for these two people.
Yes, please.
So yeah, it's a kind of difficulty. So to operating DAO and DeSci, decentralized science. So maybe the established dominated company is not interested in this system, I think. So how involve these kind of company or people?
I'm not leading the concrete project in Japan, but I heard from Japanese DAO leaders, they create first a managing company. It's not DAO, but pseudonymically, they called this organization as DAO. And I think here in Japan, the DAO is some kinds of buzzword to call for attention and some call for invest from the venture capital. In addition to that circumstance, I think the strict regulatory framework make it difficult to create a DAO. It means if we start a token sale for DAO, it falls within the definition of security. So it makes it very difficult for DAO participants to open up the real DAO ecosystem.
In my experience, I've seen some different organizations have one branch of it be more of a startup type structure that's VC backable. And then they'll have another branch that's a nonprofit or some type of foundation, and maybe some third aspect to it as well. And I don't know if that's the right structure or not, but I've seen that in a couple different DeSci organizations so far. Within DAOs, some of them operate in a very startup type of way, leading towards some type of a token launch or sale or raising institutional investment, and other ones operate in a very co-op, nonprofit, scrapping together different grant funds, and a lot of them at the earlier stages may not be incorporated exactly properly, and then eventually, as they define themselves, lean towards some of the different incorporation options available. I know some also will incorporate in some different islands that have more kind of flexibility in these definitions too.
So can I add some more aspect? From the point of legal, the DAO's challenge is 3 points. One is lack of legal personality. Lack of legal personality means we don't know to whom DAO assets shall be attributed. For example, intellectual properties, bank account, real estate registry, eligibility to enter into contract, etc. One point is a lack of legal personality. In addition, who should be liable for the third party's damage arising out of activity of the DAO? Erin mentioned that leadership, but what is leadership means? I think we should think about liability to the third party. So we should seriously consider liability of leadership or DAO. DAO is what? Organization? Is this corporation? As a lawyer, it is very ambiguous. I believe many people here is a very good person, but if one person want to manipulate the system of DAO, who should be liable to that third person? This is the very problem of that ecosystem. And also, some person from the DAO ecosystem said, we don't know we can be eligible for the license or tax exemption or exemption of some certain regulations. So the point of lack of clarity of the legal personality is this meaning. The second point is the rights and liability between the participants. If one participant has the governance token, what this governance token means, what this governance token represents is the problem.
What is the meaning of that?
So what rights this governance token can represent? At what point can you vote? Do any other person has a certain God mode? This is a problem. What do you think about Erin?
Yeah, some organizations I've seen are adopting multiple different tokens for different types of governance abilities. Some are over specific aspects of the DAO, and really kind of distributing the amount of power across an entire organization, where certain maybe decisions that could have a conflict of interest just kind of separating that out. And I think that's one attempt at.
I want to explain the certain example. The compound, the DeFi compound. Compound deployed 2021 deployed certain protocol, but that protocol has a bug. But at that time, compounds accept that for decentralized voting system. So for deployed another patch, it will take 7 days for DAO voting. Mm-hmm. If the DAO ecosystem has a serious problem, who can deploy the bug for that aspect? It is a very serious problem. Why we should decentralize the voting and decision making. This is our one of the challenge point of that the DAO ecosystem, I think.
Thank you. So the Hirashi-san raised some problem for the DAOs and something. And how about how do you think, Okajima-san, from your perspective, it means you are CEO of the ordinary company, so their system is a little bit different. That part of the different with the DAO system. So how do you think about such a problem? Something.
So that's why DAO is very interesting and exciting and totally different from current capitalism. So I have many questions. So the first design of the token system and this ecosystem is very, very important. So so you mentioned start centralized and slowly move to decentralized. So how it is possible to you mean to the tokens value? You are changing token value or providing many multiple tokens? How do you move on? So centralized to decentralized.
Yeah, to that point of moving from, like, it's okay to start a little bit more centralized and then move decentralized. This would be prior to a token existing within that organization. So making sure that you know what the token does, like what it governs, and having that be well thought through. And done so in an intentional type of way. In a way, we can think that that's a little bit more centralized than afterwards, and it's a bit more open that, oh, we set this rule that governance operates in this type of way, and now it's open without any boundaries that we didn't think about before. So yeah, that movement happens prior, hopefully, to things being like really set in stone.
So before this meeting, I asked you which country's regulation should we adopt? Because my company is based on Japan, but maybe after decentralized, many people in all over the world. So after decentralized, so
I
which
think
regulations?
no one knows. I heard many state in the United States has already accepted the DAO limited liability company bills. Please show the
Can you switch the display? Thank you.
Yeah, the Vermont and Wyoming and Tennessee has accepted the blockchain-based limited liability companies. So if your DAO registers in Wyoming, your jurisdiction is Wyoming. But many DAOs has no legal personality, so there's no jurisdiction, I believe. But in the future, the DAO ecosystem think each system is good. Some DAO choose these kinds of legal framework. For that purpose, why DAO should choose this legal framework is that we need the legal personality. Personality means to whom attributes the asset of DAO. So that's the reason we are thinking about legal framework for DAO. But I'm not sure whether ecosystems people like this kinds of regulatory framework. But this is a one proposal from legal world.
Thank you. How about Talent DAO? Is the location of the
Yeah, we're currently going through the process of proper filing for the DAO. There were some legal hurdles that took months to navigate. So we're finally getting cleared to file some of that.
I'm curious, which states would you like?
Yeah, we went with an island option. So we're not going to be legally registered in the US, and we found that had the best framework for kind of our goals moving forward. And we worked with another DAO who provides different legal services to DAOs to help with that incorporation and just understanding what some of those options are, because it's very complex.
If someone knows about Ethereum Foundation, tell me about it. I think the Ethereum Foundation is a very successful ecosystem establishment. So I think they are based on TUC in Switzerland, but it's not the limited liability company, it's a foundation. So I think this is not always the best solution for the ecosystem members, but we cannot avoid it.
I think such a system will be changed rapidly.
Yeah.
Okay, so from this information, Japan will follow such an experience, but it takes maybe a long time.
The Liberal Democratic Party proposed a white paper last week. So they will propose the Congress to create the modified Japanese LLC entities for DAO. But I don't know the Congress will pass these kinds of bills. But I hope we can make some solution for DAO ecosystem. In Japan, it is different from the US systems. We have some certain concept of association, not the corporation, but this corporation is eligible to be the defendant of a lawsuit and plaintiff of the lawsuit. It is not corporate, but it is association. I think that most of DAO in Japan can be fall within this kinds of association. So we have a solution for that situation.
Great. Thank you. Well, I'm wondering the Talent DAO, how to discuss about such a legal problem with who? It means how to do legal check for the DAO system.
Yeah, we consulted with multiple different DAOs on the legal side, on kind of the filing side of things, and we worked with MyDAO and LexDAO, which are both DAOs in the ecosystem, providing those types of services to really navigate all of that, and relied on people who are experts in their domain. Yeah, but to your point before about how when thinking about leaders within DAOs and what liability falls on them, there was a lot of liability placed on leaders in our DAO leading up to getting this properly filed and to become a proper organization. So that's definitely one consideration that needs to be navigated and takes time.
And I also asked Erin, how can you manage the regulatory framework for securities offering?
Yeah, that's a big conversation and is a major reason why we've delayed our token. Like, we've had plans to launch it at different points, and especially in the US, considerations of securities has gone back and forth, and we don't want to put our members at risk. And our core team is across quite a few different countries, and we want to protect our members. So that's hard to navigate.
Do you consider how we test? Right. So show me my panel. To open up the DAO, the third problem is how to manage the regulation on token sale. If the token falls under the definition of securities defined by the how it is in the States, it will be it should be registered to the SEC, Security Exchange Committees in the US. And in Japan, there is how we test like regulations. So in Japan, we should also consider this token should be fall under the securities. And in addition, we have the special definition of the virtual asset. If this token falls under the virtual asset, we follow the special regulatory framework in Japan.
Thank you. Okay, I think almost time for this discussion. Such information is helpful to for example, your company, AA, you have a plan to share your data for the atmospheres. Is it helpful to?
Of course, most helpful. And however, there's many things we must to think. So it's hard, and I have still many questions to you, but it's time. So after this panel discussion, I will ask you many questions.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think the astrophysics division is get well together with DeSci, because now the astrophysical data is already opened for the almost data.
Yes, I have many questions about astrophysics DeSci, because such kind of fundamental science needs many times. And so recently, many DAOs are focusing on the science, which is many return is visible. However, fundamental science return is not visible at all. So how to manage this fundamental science is decentralized? So this is my next question, but it takes a lot of time.
I think so. Let's discuss after this. Okay, this is the time. So it's over. In discussion, we introduced the actions and how to manage and how to see the DeSci program. And I hope this discussion gives some good insight for you. Okay, let's give a loud applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Hello. So we start the session 3 here and the session 4 there, hall B. Here is hall A. So if you want to listen about what? About data and incentive structure, you shall go to the hall B. And here we invite about the theme. The theme is about the mechanism design and open science. And we invite the two speakers. And the first is the Kensuke, and he will present about present about open science, right? Open science.
Making decentralization and expertise compatible.
Thank you so much. So please welcome the Keisuke, and let's have a talk.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Kensuke from the University of Tokyo. So before the presentation, let me please introduce myself. My main interest is Bitcoin economics and conceptual art, and especially I am interested in its incentive design aspects. So 2 years ago, I got a PhD degree, and now I am project researcher in the endowed chair for blockchain innovation, which is in the University of Tokyo. So today, as a DeSci supporter, I want to show you two things. The first one is a proposed reward system for open review and open access. And the second one is just showing my opinion that the importance of making decentralization and expertise compatible. Okay, so the first one, this is the explanation of my previous research paper, reward system for open review and open access. Why is this issue important? That maybe today the audience, many audience know much about the academia and academia's problem, and that to solve the publication and the peer review. Now there are several projects for open review and open access. For example, this slide is about archive preprint server. This is open access. And maybe open review is not so famous compared to archive, but this is everyone can put a comment or participate in the peer review process for a submitted paper. But these services are actually volunteer based. I mean, the researchers who submitted the paper, this process cannot make money. And also peer review, this is also volunteer. So this means the players, researchers implicitly assumed to be paid outside the system. For example, from the university or from the research institute. So this is, this is not open for all people. So I'd like to change the system by proposing the reward system as an incentive for decentralized autonomous consensus building. Specifically, my proposal has 3 components. The first component is a citation graph. And this is a source of various quantitative measures for intellectual product quality to evaluate the intellectual product's quality. It's like an academic paper, patents, or web pages. So even now, the citation is a kind of a useful source to evaluate the quality of the paper. This is a screenshot of my Google Scholar page, and in the Google Scholar page, there is several metrics using the citation. And the second component is random walks and graphs. So this is a method to compute the importance of each node by using the entire network structure. So the random walks and graphs have a lot of algorithms, but in my proposal, I used the personalized PageRank algorithm because this algorithm can cover both centrality and similarity. Interestingly, it means it can pick up an influential paper which is in a similar field. And the third component is a peer prediction method. I think this is not so famous compared to the citation graph or random walks on graphs, but this is a game theoretic mechanism to elicit truthful information for problems with no ground truth. This image is a rough structure of peer prediction method. The peer prediction method, there is a task, and the task emits a signal. And the peers receive a signal and reports the signal. But in this case, the peers can take any strategies. For example, always report true signals, or sometimes say wrong signals, or always report different signals, and so on. Anyway, the peer prediction method gather the elicited report and compute the amount of reward to each peer. The purpose of peer prediction method is to give maximized expected rewards to each peer if the peer always report the true signals. The peer prediction method has a lot of algorithms, but in my proposal, I adopted multitask peer prediction. This is proposed by Dasgupta and Ghosh because it's very simple and it can achieve a strong solution concept. Here, let me shortly explain what's the multitask peer prediction by Dasgupta and Ghosh. Actually, it's quite simple. There is two researchers, I and J. They each review several papers, and they report only two signals, accept or reject. And if I and J report the same paper, that they can get a reward according to this equation. The equation has two terms, reward terms and a penalty term. And the reward term, it's very simple. Just compare the I's report and J's report to the paper, and the reward is computed according to the Kronecker delta. So if I say accept and J say accept, then the reward term becomes 1. Or reject, this is also a reward 1. But if I and J's opinion is different, the reward term becomes 0. The penalty term is also uses Kronecker delta, but the content is a little bit different. Not I's report, J's report to the overlapped paper, but the penalty term uses I's previous report, randomly picked up one previous report, and J's as well, the randomly picked up J's previous report, and then compare the results. So this is very simple, but actually the mechanisms can give you a good situation. It means that it can give a maximized expected reward if I and J always report the true signals. Okay, so now I will show you how I combine these three components. So first of all, let's consider a citation graph with nodes. But here, we assume a simplification. The nodes of the graph is individuals, peers, and academic papers. So this is a one-to-one correspondence. Okay, now, so if one academic paper is submitted to the system, which points A and B, then the personalized PageRank algorithm statistically select give a number of nodes as reviewers. In this case, 3, and CDE is chosen as a reviewer. And then reviewers evaluate a case proposal by binary signals. I mean, accept or reject. And C, D, E can receive reward token. The amount is computed by the multitask peer prediction. Oh, okay. So, and the case proposal, this will be accepted if the number of accept exceeds a given threshold. That's all. They're very simple. But the important point is during this process, a K will be selected as a reviewer in the future more frequently if the K will receive more citations. So it means K can increase their opportunity to obtain reward token if they will gather more citations in the future. So this is an incentive to submit a high quality academic paper and keep it open. That's the core point of my proposal. So in my paper, I did a simulation, and I revealed that by using this system, in this system, peers can be reviewers more often as they get a higher PageRank scores, and also peers can maximize the amount of expected rewards by always report true beliefs. Okay, so that's the main result of my proposal, but of course, this is not perfect. As I said, I assumed individuals, peers, academic papers, they are all one-to-one correspondence. This is very strong simplification as a decentralized protocol, because I need to consider the possibility of Sybil attack and spamming, but this simplification omits these risks. And also, my proposal implicitly assumes that the peers aim to maximize the total amount of expected rewards. But reward token is just a reward token. Now, it has no utility. So I need to consider the additional mechanism to give the market price into the reward token, and also to stabilize the market price of the reward token, just like the difficulty adjustment of the Bitcoin protocol. And also maybe I need to address incentive outside of the system, like plagiarism. Anyway, my proposal is the reward system for open review and open access, which has 3 components. And the core point is the rewards are not directly from academic papers, but indirectly from future peer review. Okay, and furthermore, I want to say that this model deals with a very important and critical problem, which is how we can make decentralization and expertise compatible. So next, let me shortly explain my opinion, the importance of making a decentralization and expertise compatible. I think this is important because even in DeSci, decentralized science, we need to consider some mechanism for consensus building. In other words, we need to evaluate the quality of the submitted paper or submitted ideas by some method in the peer review or in the funding. But this is very, how can I say it? I think there is a kind of contradiction between decentralization and science, because science requires expertise for quality evaluation. So in current academia, the peer reviewers or evaluators need to understand the accumulated context of the research field, because research or academia is very high context world. And also in the peer review process, the opinion of the experts should be weighted. But on the other hand, if we pursue the decentralization, we need to be open for everyone, or we need to welcome everyone. This is a kind of contradiction, I think. So this is very important problem, and I think the DeSci needs more discussion on the norm of consensus building. What is a good consensus building? How to make a balance, decentralization and expertise. This is, I think this is one of the critical problems for DeSci. So can we solve the problems? I'm not sure actually, but it's very important to keep considering and to keep proposing something. My proposal is just one idea. This is not perfect, but I proposed one idea. And at least I think the important point is interdisciplinary mind, because the Bitcoin protocol is also an interdisciplinary products. And for example, my proposal is a kind of decentralized oracle in the context of blockchain. But I add the personalized PageRank to this decentralized oracle in order to put expertise in the decentralized oracle. And also, I use the peer prediction method to the decentralized oracle to elicit truthful information from the experts. So such kind of interdisciplinary mind is very important, I think. So this is the last slide. Again, in this presentation, as a DeSci supporter, I proposed a reward system, and also I emphasized the importance of making decentralization and expertise compatible. My final message is, let's study how to make decentralization and expertise compatible. So thank you so much for listening, and I'm sorry that this is a final ads. Actually, I will do my first solo exhibition. This is about a contemporary art, but the main topic is actually just the same with today's presentation, the institutional design, and how can we make a decentralized autonomous system and expertise. So if you are interested in this topic, please come and let's talk with me again in the gallery about this topic. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have a time a little bit, and maybe 5 minutes. So if you have some questions, I will.
Hi, I'm Rashmi. So I had one of the thought when you said like, oh, how do we map expertise with voting and voter rights, right? So one of the simplest way we could do that was that have a form and like have a Google form or something like that. Maybe ask them questions like, okay, what is the work that you've done and what do you think about this and some stuff like that. Based on the answers that they give, we can like some gauge domain expertise, and also we can hear academic profiles again come into handy. That hey, if someone has an academic profile proving some reputation or stuff like that, then they can automatically get in, or maybe be some good bias towards that. What do you think about this? Is there have you thought about this before? Because it's too simple. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think it's one approach, but I think by using such kind of method, there may be a centralized authority to decide the quality of the to how can I say it, to evaluate the expertise of the applicants. So if possible, I'd like to consider more decentralized and autonomous mechanism, and that's why I just focus on the citation relationships to evaluate the expertise of the peers. But of course, your approach is practical and possibility.
Yeah. On that, yeah, it might not be decentralized, but maybe if they're a DAO or if they're a community or a society, this might be another task to the job description. That like, hey, say this is the applicant. What do you think about this? Do you approve or do you not? But that might be a bit decentralized, so that we can like eliminate a bit of bias from a central authority or like only a few people making decisions. But yeah, that's something to consider about. I agree on that. Okay. Thank you for answering.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So please give a round of applause, and yeah, thank you so much. If you have a question, please talk later.
Okay.
After this session. Sorry. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, please welcome next speaker, Hassan. He will be talk about the transformation of science and society driven by open science. Are you ready? Okay, so let's start. Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me to my
It works? Okay. Okay, thank you for inviting me. I'm Kaz Hayashi from the National Institute of Science and Technology Policy. I'm a governmental think tank researcher of Ministry of Science and Technology, blah, blah, blah. And I'm supposed to be the expert of open science, and my title is Transformation of Science and Society Driven by Open Science. And the subtitle is Potential and Challenges of Discontinuous Change. So this is outline of my slide. Introducing what I did and what I do. I'm going to introduce what is open science indeed. And after that, I will present my personal view towards open science paradigm. And I will share my lessons learned from past 20 years for disruptive transformation of science. I believe it will help DeSci's community, younger community. And again, it is for helping DeSci to take shortcut or choose more efficient way to move forward. So let's start from what I did and what I do. So what I did is, first I was a computer geek to develop online journal system. And now trying to install metaverse in science. So I have idea background. And second, I was partially chemistry trained. I majored in organic synthesis, and also now supposed to be a social scientist for meta science with computational design thinking. So I have a background of academia, and I practically developed online journals in late 1990s to early 20s, and implemented open access. So I have a background with edit and publishing industry. And now I'm in the policy world to develop in the open access and open science policy, including research data sharing. So I have a background in policy. And finally, I'm now getting involved in the transformation of citizen science for redesigning the relationship between science and society again. So I'm also interested in science and society. So I want to be a catalyzer or initiator for transformation, for transforming science and society as a whole. And from historical manners, I belong to the University of Tokyo Chemical Society of Japan, and now I'm in a government, I think, researcher. And I literally developed a digital peer review tracking system in younger age, like you, at your age. And I developed online journals, XML publishing, some semi-auto publication system to generate PDF and XML at the same time. And I also implemented the EJ business before open access. And after implementing open access, then I suddenly noticed that it is a matter of policies. That's why I changed it to the policy world. And I helped Japan to install ORCID, Altmetrics, RDA, and I'm an initiator of the G7 Open Science Working Group. And also I am a member of a UNESCO Advisory Committee member for open science recommendations. So, and the last part, in the latter before the 2020, I'm interested in the blockchain, and I am a member of a task force for the International Union of Applied and Pure Chemistry, a blockchain task member to install blockchain in the international chemistry world. And finally, I'm now, the latest one is get involved in the virtual land society to install metaverse into the Japan scholarly communication. And just one fun thing is I was a president of the Parents and the Teacher Association of my sons and daughters, and I digital transformed the PTA facility. But anyway, and also I helped NHK, biggest broadcasting TV program to introduce citizen science. So from this kind of my experience, I would like to introduce what is open science. Maybe you know open science is recently defined by the UNESCO or the US OSTPs, but not important for today's message because open science is still changing. So, but once it is defined, it will start to collapse. So, but policy implementation at first. Main three pillars I would like to introduce: open access and open research data sharing, and also citizen science. And maybe you always discuss about the journals or preprint. And now the cutting edge policy developing the research data platform for sharing research data in the process of research itself, not just after publication. And citizen science will change the relationship between science and society. And now the open science is a global agenda for the future. The left one is a G7 Research Compact to emphasize open science itself. And the center is the UNESCO's recommendation for open science, and over almost 200 countries is endorsed by the over almost 200 countries, and it is endorsed by the International Science Council and the United Nations. And so we are going to enter into the era of open science as a default. And so today's context, what is open science indeed? Still no general confirmed international definition, but open science is described as a movement driven by the ICT or internet on the digital and networked system, exploiting open infrastructure and its huge and various information to transform science itself, transform society, including industry, and transform relationship between science and society. And it is not fully open as possible, as close as necessary. And fair is important. Fair is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. That philosophy or culture is now being fostered among the all over the world. And please focus on the orange part. If we change this to the driven by the massive printing technology on the mail logistics, then we can describe 17th century's open science. At that age, right side, invention of scholarly journals happened together with the invention of the Round Society. It means launching of Royal Society and publishing the philosophical transaction as a first journal platform. And at that age, Newton and Leibniz was fighting to say that I invented calculus. It means the integration of the mathematics and physics. And it will eventually help our society to get into the industrial revolution. So, so maybe we repeat history, and you can easily imagine that we are now going to from the let's say Gutenberg's paradigm to the web or internet-based world. Yeah, it's easy to say that it's difficult to implement. And now we are entering the new open-close strategy to facilitate their science, business, and any social activities. But please take a look at the red one. ICT has progressed, but laws, legal framework, including the copyright and intellectual property, and even the framework of the social system itself remains as it is, based on the printing world. So we have to say we are still just at the beginning of the transformation. So that's why, yeah, the panel discussion, I really enjoyed that because I have this slide. So anyway, so my personal view towards open science paradigm, I'd like to introduce. As I just introduced before, open science is a movement towards paradigm shifting of society with revolution of the ICT. And I always said hybrid, incremental and disruptive, focusing on the scholarly communication. Preprint is one of the most promising media for incremental change of scholarly communication. On the other hand, DeSci or any other disruptive activities is also a candidate to move forward or transform science and society. And this point is very significant, not alternative, but additional change to the current established system is very, very, very crucial. I'd like to introduce from another other slide. I'm a chemist, so I like to use this slide. Open science is phase transfer from A to B. And we need a much more activation energy to transfer. Or we can use the catalyzer to reduce the activation energy. So we are now in the still printing-based or paper citation-based world. And we now are exploiting the preprint as a game changer of the scholarly communication. On the other hand, policy world is already thinking about the disruptive change, developing a research data platform or any other disruptive activity. They are at least recognizing its potential. And this is our institution's survey, course of this. And we analyze all of the preprint on archive. We found that the informatics were less likely to publish papers after preprint. Compared to the physics, we observe this as a adaptation of DOI after the preprint published. So informatics people doesn't have DOI after publication, they are preprint, but they cite preprint compared to the physics world. So they are already on the ecosystem without peer-reviewed journal articles. They are already developing preprint ecosystem as an incremental change. It is very sane, narratively sane, but our survey shows as a quantitative manners. And this slide is very noisy, but very important. From practical and towards DX side, and from paper-based to the database, I can move there. So we are still in the very conservative field. Existing paradigm has a big deal problem, brand issues for researchers to be promoted, and the citation-based impact factor and any other issues. I have struggled when I was publishing in World. But anyway, and as I just introduced, we are going to improve it incrementally, exploiting the open access journals, preprint, or autometrics, or something like that. But policy world is already aiming at developing a research data platform. And furthermore, at least I assume that blockchain-based system will be there as a part of new scholarly ecosystem. But we observe that there is a significant gap between them. So for policy world, it's very harsh to implement both scenarios within a limited budget or limited resources. So, and you can imagine that this gap is a kind of a phase transfer from A to B, print-based to the digital native base. And here is the same chart. And from another point of view, we are going from publish or perish world towards a share or perish world. And what I would like to stress is as a reliable and practical phase transfer, we should take an additive methodology on the current established and robust system, because it's easy to persuade decision maker in older age. And it is robust, based on the robust and established ecosystem. We can enjoy a play around trying to something new. It is like just like a movie, television, internet, and YouTube. They are all existing, still existing. And the proportion is changing. So I believe something similar thing will happen in the scholarly communication. So lesson learned for disruptive transformation of science, including DeSci. First of all, I feel very similar atmosphere when each of electronic journals and open access or the research data sharing became a hot topic, especially for younger people have a bright view or the smiley, our dreaming of the future of scholarly communication. But I'm not discouraging you, but the fact that current ecosystem of scholarly communication is very robust, because as long as decision makers of the community, scholarly community, are winner of the established system, it won't change drastically. It is a fact. And not fact, it is, how can I say in English? But anyway, you can imagine that some, of course, top of top scientists understand easily the potential of the future, but at a layer of the decision makers, or average of the decision makers, are likely to make a decision based on their experience, based on their winner strategy. So, and so that generational shift is needed. But be careful that robust, but sometimes all concepts are treated on younger research in the lab and repeat to produce all the concepts in the lab. So this is also well said in the laboratory. And third one is technology is a necessary but not sufficient condition, you know. And social skills are more important in addition to IT skills. And yeah, we love IT. So among these community, we can enjoy IT or any other techie issues. But IT should be unsung hero if you really wish to do social change, because not all of them like IT or something geeky. And finally, estimation of lead time or inertia for cultural change is crucial, because even open access, I have struggled as an incremental change on the current ecosystem has taken over 20 years, over 20 years and still in progress. So, and fostering the culture with research data sharing is much more harder. I'm now experiencing this than always. So we need to be brave, but not reckless. And we need to be well prepared, because external factors, something like COVID-19 or ChatGPT, will provide an opportunity to change things dramatically. So I'm not discouraging you. I would like to share my experience, what is important position taking to move forward. So this is conclusion and message forward. Vision of open science seems to be assured by our history, at least from my position, my viewpoint. And the changing established ecosystem of scholarly communication needs more resource than you expect now. Because in younger age, I expected more change would happen after 20 years or something like that. And you can enjoy DeSci. And I also partially enjoy DeSci because I'm not expert in DeSci, but I can enjoy other open science issues. And if you really wish to implement practically, please keep in mind that it should be not for you extremely. It is for you, but it is not for you extremely, but rather for next or second next generation, even if you are still younger, because decentralized manners will change the governance of the country or any bigger organization. that will need a much more time. But you can enjoy and you can try many things. And if it survives, you will be a winner to the next generation. So good luck, best wishes, and can I help you for policy making? That's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. So we also have 5 minutes or less. So if you have a question, I will share the microphone. Anyone?
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. And I thought it was about how the infamous Elsevier and Clarivate is acting and how they are unbeatable. And then it was so helpful presentation. Thank you so much. And then my question is that is there any example in your mind that those companies are more than expected? I mean, is there any troubles or the lawsuit in any cases that we don't, or it's not famous so much?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I'm seeking for such brave companies. And only I can say is, you know, Elsevier and Springer Nature both have their own strategy for the future. Elsevier, once some innovator or the game changer startup will be there, is there, Elsevier take over that company. But Springer Nature is helping them, not directly, but supporting them by the digital science company, sister company of Springer Nature, to help such kind of innovator to facilitate their activity. And I wonder, some Japanese innovator will become a leader to be taken by the digital science as you are challenging to develop a data repository for the research process data sharing. But anyway, and there are tons of chance for younger people to develop a small but innovative company to be part of the new scholarly communication. In my age, I changed from the paper world to digital world, first of all. And after that, I improved to change more digital electronic native world. So compared to that era, you have tons of chance, you have a potential to do next, to challenge, to develop something new or something different. So I don't know much of such company. That might be a chance for you to make new company.
Okay, thank you so much. So the session 4 is ended now. So please take a break, a short break, and the time is 5:20. 5:20. At 5:20, please come here, and let's have a next session. Okay, so take a break. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris, joining today. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yes, cool. Whew. So yeah, we have now a bunch of people is taking a break, and so 20 minutes later, so we can start. So yeah, thanks a lot. um, Actually, Beta DAO and Upside DAO's Lashmi's and Gavin Shins talked about DeSci Labs in their presentation. So it's really glad that we have you as well. So
yeah, thank you so much for organizing and making this happen.
So yeah, thanks to Taka. He already left, but yeah. So yeah, I'm very glad that everything by now it's okay. So
I wish I was in Japan right now.
yeah, like you. And yeah, can we share? Maybe prepare for the presentations.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So it looks perfect. Yeah, fantastic.
Long day for you, huh?
Yeah, so tiring.
I bet.
It's a morning in Swiss, right?
It's the morning, yes.
Morning. Oh. So. Josh. Have you met Michael Fisher from New York City? Or maybe not. He's from DeSci, New York Cities, and.
I haven't met Michael Fisher, no.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we have him, Day and Lashmi's. Also, Edin's from Talent DAO working on this. Yeah, did you see some of the talk like before your session?
I wish, but it was a bit early for me.
It's fine.
Yeah, from now on I can follow.
So yeah.
I'll watch recordings.
We have a time before the talk a little bit, so yeah, let's take a break and come back around 15 minutes later. Yeah.
Sounds great. See you then.
Oh, sorry. All right, yes, this is okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, okay, it's good, good. So yeah, we're going to start. So you can share and yeah, you can share the slide and you can start.
Yeah. You just have to accept my video, start video on your side.
Right. Let us.
There we go. Perfect.
All right. So yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. So we're going to start the next talk. The next speaker is Chris Hill from Swiss. He's working on combining the kind of blockchain to kind of solve the problem in reproducible studies. So yeah, Chris, please start anytime.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I wish I could be in Tokyo. I'll be there in the fall, certainly. So today I'm going to talk about DeSci nodes and how we can accelerate research with composable and reproducible publications. So the scientific record is our greatest achievement. It forms this vast tree of knowledge that we've been building for thousands of years. However, today it suffers from loss of artifacts. We lose code, we lose data, we lose all the bits and pieces that make science reproducible and reusable and verifiable. It has unsecure PIDs, persistent identifiers, that are brittle, that rot, that can break. This scientific record itself has problems around content drift and link rot because the internet wasn't designed to solve for these issues. And it's because of that, it's not verifiable. It's difficult to find the data, to access the code, to reuse these components. They get lost. We lose them in hard drives in universities. And this creates a huge problem. And as we know today, there's a raging replication crisis across many fields of science that call whole shoots of our tree of knowledge into question. And finally, the tree of knowledge is not fair. FAIR stands for the FAIR principles, means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These are the principles of best practice in building the repositories of tomorrow. Today, our unit of knowledge is this so-called version of record. This is when you publish a manuscript as a scientist. It's published by a publisher. It's essentially a PDF file with a DOI, that's a PID, with a cross-ref metadata in Web of Science indexing. That's our unit of knowledge today. So how does it work? In the background of our work as scientists, there's a giant scientometric machinery. This is the brainchild of Eugene Garfield, a famous sociologist in America during the Cold War era, who essentially created citation tracking. So how does this work? You have at the very lower level, you have scientists that are knowledge creators. We send our manuscripts to publishers who are knowledge curators. They're running these very, very complex tech platforms that are very expensive to maintain. And that entire business is essentially more than 40% of scientific publishing today is controlled by 4 big publishers, as you know. And this forms a syndicated system. This data is fed into analytics providers who also play the role of meta curators, for example, the Web of Science or Scopus. And this data that's being indexed by these databases then end up before the eyes of funders, grant agencies, institutions, the committees that work for our promotions in the scientific system. And finally, it all trickles up to the institutions and funding providers. Now, if we pull the logs from this machine, we see there's a lot of problems. Scientific productivity is going down. There's rise in retractions of papers. There's a diminishing of disruptive and truly innovating research. So there's a lot of issues with that system as it stands currently, because it creates bad incentives for everyone involved. We're over-indexing on the manuscript, and we're under-indexing on the importance of data and code and reproducible research. At the same time, I'm incredibly hopeful for the scientific record and DeSci in general, because we're witnessing a rare moment in history. A lot of the systems and incentives that have been built behind the scientometric machinery are changing. There's the OSTP memo that mandates that all manuscripts and code and data needs to be open access. There's no more embargoes on our manuscripts. There's the rise of the FAIR principles, who are gaining more and more momentum around the world with funding institutions, with universities, with scientists themselves. The Center for Open Science has been doing a tremendous work, and they have this framework for change, which I love. There's this idea of a pyramid in which at the very top you have policy, then you have incentives, then you have communities, then you have user experience, and then you have at the very bottom, you have infrastructure. So right now the policy is clearly in place, and it's a moment that we can build all of the infrastructure, the user experience, the communities, and the incentives to improve the system, to create more reproducible research, to realign the incentives for scientists. So it's a moment of optimism. We're incredibly optimistic. There's goodwill at all levels of this of the scientometric system. So from policymakers to funders, there's a great interest in rethinking scientific publishing and sharing scientific resources from first principles. There's also a lot of work in rethinking our unit of knowledge. What should we publish in the future? What is the publication of the future? Will it continue to be the version of record with a manuscript that is fixed in time, or will it be something else? And this is an incredibly exciting time, because now we have the possibility to rethink this from first principle and to create a truly fair enabling unit of knowledge. So what does this new unit of knowledge look like? What could it be? Well, there's this idea of research object. So when we publish work as scientists, it's not just a manuscript. There's much more that goes into it, right? There's research data. There might be reagents in your bioexperiment. You might have computational pipelines. You might have peer review reports. You may have a pre-registered analysis plan. There's contributors maps. There's grants. There's video of procedures. There's an incredible wealth of resources out there that are very important to create reproducible and reusable research. Unfortunately, today, these components are very much underappreciated, and this has to change. And this idea is that all of these components need to be attached with PIDs, persistent identifiers. These are very important. This is essentially the key of the specific object, its identity, data and metadata, so that it can be reused easily and found and made accessible. So how does this work? Well, the idea is like, where would you want to store these research objects? Should we take them and we put them on a silo on AWS in a bucket? No, nobody wants that. We should create a truly open and decentralized system where we can store these objects. And so we have this idea and this architecture that we've been building, which is called DeSci nodes, where essentially the research object itself is stored on a decentralized repository in the form of a Merkle DAG. So Merkle DAG is a secure data structure that is tamper-proof, and it allows us to essentially preserve these objects in a neutral space where everyone can interact with them in a permissionless way. And we take these Merkle DAGs and we index them on a blockchain, and that's called blockchain anchoring. And then we have an address, and this allows us to create PIDs, persistent identifiers, that are resolvable for both humans and machine in a consistent way. So you could think of, imagine if you had DOIs, and you could say, well, you know, the DOI of my research /data/measurements.csv, and you could resolve directly to the data. You could resolve directly to the code. You could have a machine actionable and machine readable scientific record. And the power of this infrastructure is that it decouples the data layer from the application layer. That means the data is immutably open. It's there. Anyone can interact with it. Any application that's built on this so-called open state repository can interact with that data, because the APIs that make it accessible are irrevocably open access. And the system is based on a history of research, which goes back to Nick Sasbo and others who have been working on this trilemma in computer science called the Zuko's triangle. And Zuko's triangle is essentially a trilemma that says that any namespace for digital objects should have 3 properties, but you can't. You can only have 2 of them. It's secure, decentralized, and human meaningful. And today, DOIs, so these are the PIDs of the scientific record, they're only human meaningful. But they're not even human meaningful because there's a schema that enforces in a way that it's not. So IPFS CIDs, for those of you that are familiar with IPFS, have the properties of security and decentralization, but they're not human meaningful. They form very, very long links, very long hashes. So how do we address that? Well, we have this system called DPIDs, which is, interestingly, the person who solved or had the intuition how to solve Zuko's triangle was Aaron Schwartz, the open internet activist. And he wrote that in a famous blog post, that blockchains actually allow us to combine these three properties of a naming system. And what does that mean? That means every object in your research object, your code, your data, any file you have in there has essentially a unique PID plus data, plus metadata, plus methods for every digital object. There's no limitation to it like there is today. And this allows us to have globally unique, permanent, secure, and resolvable identifiers for humans and machines. And this leads us to this idea of composable research objects stored open state. So imagine if you have a system where you have agents, you have entities that operate on these research objects that are there to certify them. Just like we have today with journals that conduct peer review and editorial assessment, we can enrich this much further by having, for example, data stewards that verify your data, that make it reusable for others, by having image certification services that go there, check the images, and send attestations that these images have not been tampered with. You can have research curation, like what we're doing with the Longevist and VitaDAO. They can send an attestation that says, well, this work has been selected. You know, it has been selected by our community. And so you can have essentially transactions happening on these research objects stored open state in a way that is verifiable, traceable, and machine readable. And we can extend the scope of scientific validation to all the things that have been ignored or essentially underused in the current system, like verifying reproducibility, like verifying fair data, like verifying provenance. All of these things will be possible with the system of plural curation on research objects. And none of this can work if we don't make it really powerful for researcher. So this is really important. So we can preserve vast amounts of data on IPFS and protect that data against content drift, link rot. We can store it redundantly across 3 countries, 5 continents with a hot copy available. And then we can create powerful methods to interact with these research objects, because in essence, they now become computational objects. We can have PIDs as program destination. What does that mean? That means I can take a data file, for example, satellite images that's stored in my DeSci node, and I can send a program over to it using edge computing and get the results back. I could grayscale it, I could segment it, I can do all of these things and get the results back without having to download these massive data sets locally. You can also have PIDs as importable objects. So what does that mean? That essentially means you can take any PID in a DeSci node and import the content in your Python IDE or any IDE you're using these libraries that we're building that allow scientists to easily reuse these data sets, these code files, and all of these things with a simple one-liner line of code in your current interface. And most important is user experience. Again, today, if I'm a scientist and I want to share my data, I have to follow this flowchart. It's incredibly confusing. I have to go on third-party services and websites, and I have to scour the internet to find repositories that are willing to take my data. And then I have to get a persistent identifier, DOI, and then I need to send it to the editor of the journal, and then they put it on their webpage. It's an incredibly cumbersome and difficult process. It just takes time. And all of this needs to be improved. We need to make it easy for scientists to create reproducible science. We need to reduce the barriers, both technical, technological barriers, to making it easy for them and for us to be able to build research that others can build upon. We have to integrate all the tools that we love and we use every day. The number one ask when you're, for editors, when they ask you to share data, a lot of scientists say, hey, can I send you a Dropbox link? And most of them are like, no, whatever you do, no, you have to go on the repository over there and and follow the procedure, follow the flowchart. And that just adds a tremendous amount of friction to the entire process of building reproducible research. So we have to accommodate the tools of these scientists and find them where they are today with the tools they love and allow them to combine these tools and combine all of the data that this tool yields into a coherent unit of knowledge. And we call those composable research objects that are stored open states, nodes. So I can give you a little demo of how this looks like. So where do you want to go when you're on a website like this? National Library of Medicine. Well, you want to run away. You typically are looking for like download PDF. So here we have, we can go there like, oh, finally, that's where I want to be. That's where I can actually read and consume that piece of research. You have inside that article, you'd have a PID embedding directly into the paper. You can click on that PID embedding and you can access the open state repository directly because it links there. So here you have AI generated art. You have that research object. You're in a very familiar environment. This is where you want to be as a consumer of science and research. But you also have a mysterious button on the side, which actually brings out a lot of richness on that research object. You have components, so you can have your research report, you can have supplementary materials, you can have reproducible notebooks, you can have data, you can have videos, you can have all the breadth of research outputs into a singular coherent unit that is human and machine consumable. So you can also add annotations, you can give context to your research. And you can create reproducible science easily. For example, here I have a figure with some complex graphs, some spectrometry. Well, I can go, hey, I want to reproduce this result. I want to reproduce this figure. And you have a code IDE within these research objects that allows people to go over the code, to go over the data, and to essentially explore all of the way these research results have been reached. And you can recompute them easily on the spot. And that allows us to create reproducible research. You can have data. You can have all sorts of artifacts directly into your IDE. You can access that data. You can play with it. You can send programs over it. So this allows us to have a singular content experience in a coherent unit of knowledge, a research object. And you have attestations. You can imagine here, for example, the ACM, the American Computing Association, they have badges that says, well, artifacts have been shared. So these badges, these attestations can be transacted on by research objects, and you can have group like operating on these systems to certify them, to say, hey, this work has been peer reviewed, this work has been reproducibly has been verified. The data is fair and reusable, and it's compliant with the fair data principles. And the big difference here is rather than saying, well, the certification is the fact that the object is on my database and that you can't touch it. This is the current model. It says, no, that's not how we're going to do it. Now the model is the research object itself is on this open state repository where it's universally accessible, and third parties can interact with them and essentially certify them. You have history. You can actually look at these research objects and their versioning history, which is tracked with the stamp-approved data structures. You have credits. You can essentially explore the full PID graph of this research object in a very easy and permissionless way. So I can show you a couple of other features that we're working on. A little sneak peek. So I did this for DeSci Tokyo. And so you have here, this is the upcoming features. You have essentially a node drive. So what's behind these research papers is this idea of a node drive. It's like Google Doc. It's like Google Drive. It's like a Dropbox, and it's there with all of the artifacts that form your research, and that allows others to reuse it and allows you to make that research reproducible. So here, for example, I have data in my research repository. So I might have, in this case, I have some cute Shiba Inus, could have all sorts of things. I could take this piece of data and I can start reusing it and doing edge compute jobs. Essentially, I have here the DPID of that object, which forms its address. And I can use Bacalhau to send a Docker container over it to transform this image of Shiba Inu, maybe with stable diffusion, or to segment it or whatnot. I could reuse it easily. You can also import that image locally with a simple line of Python. And you can have that image now in your Python IDE. So this actually tremendously lowers the barrier to reusing these scientific artifacts. You can find a version history. You can see the details of how it works. You can see the size of the nodes. You have 6 copies. We have redundant copies. You can see the transaction receipts. You can have the entire transparent and tractable history of these research objects that are stored on a decentralized repository. So our hope with this and our vision is to create a system where research is less solitary PDFs, but become constellations of composable nodes that interact with each other, that can call each other's data, that can reuse each other's code, and that are machine readable. And this is going to be extraordinarily important, especially in the age of AI, with these LLMs rising. We need to make these research objects digestible for these models. And this is the essence of the FAIR principles. So it's both. It's not only human access, but it's also machine access. And this is what is going to allow us to tremendously accelerate scientific progress. Our hope is that by creating these systems, we can align the incentives of scientists to share their data, to share their code, to create more reproducible research, and to realign incentive towards the quest for truth. And so we work with DeSci Labs, and I'd like to thank my team, Sina, Philip, Adam, Carla, Eric, John, Shadrach, Richard, Andrew, Mike. Thank you so much for all the great work you've been doing. Also, we have the DeSci Foundation, which is a group of fantastic meta scientists. It's a nonprofit in Geneva that works with us, that we've set up, and we're helping. We are building a podcast there. So if you want to listen about, if you want to essentially learn about people that have been really deeply thinking about meta science and the scientific record and cutting edge technologies around that, check out our podcast. Also, thank you to Protocol Labs, who have been enduring sponsors and who have been working with us a lot over the years. And of course, the Center for Open Science, which have been a tremendous guide and tremendous source of inspiration for us. So thank you. I can't hear you, Hiro, in case you're asking a question.
Me. Sorry, can
there
you?
We go.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a great talk. I'm really happy to see how you actually created a kind of services that combining different types of data, like one papers and data. So we don't have much time, so let me ask questions. I was wondering the future of the achievement in research. This time you showed about the current existing model of publications, but in the future maybe more suitable ways to let the machine or AI to understand, or more citizen science when they evolve. What do you think about the future type of the achievement in research?
So I think that a lot of research is going to change tremendously, right? We're in a time of acceleration. We need to make the research that we produce machine actionable. That's going to be fundamental, because we're going to be using machines to create new knowledge and to help us and assist us in discovering, truths about the universe. And that's incredibly exciting. So this is one of the core goals, is that what we consume as humans should be consumable by machines. It's fundamental. And right now, it's not the case at all. It's very, very difficult for machines to consume the scientific record. And we want to change that. And we want machines to be able to take any research paper with the code and the data, and let's say send a compute job, right? You should be able to go, and say, hey, I want to explore these exoplanets, right? I want to be able to see if there's some anomalies out there. And I want to send a Docker container, and I want the machine to be essentially orchestrating these jobs and return the results to me. So that's really how I see the future of the scientific endeavor. We're going to go through a phase in which machines will be assisting humans. And that's going to be a tremendous acceleration for progress. But in order to get there, we need to make the scientific record machine readable.
Okay, thanks a lot for the answers. So let's thank again Chris for the great talk. Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. We just don't have much time, so yeah, let's keep in touch and let's discuss this. I'm really excited about it. So we are going to have next speakers from the Harada-san Collabos. So maybe we should have Harada-san's. And yeah, Harada-san's creating a kind of new ecosystem in Japan about for the researchers. So Harada-san, can you hear us?
はい、聞こえてます。
はい、ありがとうございます。次のセッションは日本語でちょっと行おうと思っております。新しい研究のエコシステムを作っているというところで、今回このセッションはですね、新しい研究のエコシステムというところで、いろんな方々、一つはクリスさんみたいな実際にプロダクトそうですね、ブロックチェーンを使ってっていうところですけれども、そうじゃないあり方を模索しているというところで登壇いただきたいと思っておりました。ぜひ、はい、お願いします、原田さん。
はい、皆さん、こんにちは。私の声聞こえてますでしょうか？大丈夫ですか？
聞こえております。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。今日現地伺えて申し訳ないです。オンラインでの、参加になりますが、ここからちょっと全編日本語という形で、お願いいたします。では、資料の方を共有させていただきます。はい、資料の方も今見えてますでしょうか？
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では、エコラボからの、発表の方をさせていただきます。まず今日はこのDeSci東京、こんなワクワクするようなイベントに声をかけてくださりありがとうございます。株式会社エコラボからは、今日は研究スキルで社会に、研究スキルを生かすことであったりだとか、あと研究者の新たな活躍の場っていうのを作っていくっていうふうなことをテーマに、お話の方をさせてください。はい、改めまして、私の自己紹介簡単にさせてください。専門は無機化学、そして半導体の前工程の方になります。化学メーカーにてですね、半導体用のフォトレジストの開発に従事した後ですね、一旦キャリアの方をストップしまして、そしてチェンジをします。2個目のキャリアに関しては、大学の研究員として、ドローンを用いたスチーム教育活動の方を行っておりました。2回の大学経験を経て感じた、研究者の抱える課題だとか環境っていうふうなところ、これどうにか解決できないかなっていうふうに、ずっと思っていたんですけれども、ここからの人生はやっぱり研究と社会をつなぐことっていうふうなところを目的にしていきたいなと思いまして、株式会社エコラボを立ち上げました。現在ですね、2年半経ったところになっております。本日、私、この中で分野外、そして専門外での登壇かなというふうに思っておりますが、今日聞いてくださっている皆さんからもどんどん学んでいきたいなと思っていますのでよろしくお願いします。そしてですね、コラボっていう会社の名前、どんなことやってるかなっていうところも覚えてくれるととっても嬉しいなと思っています。簡単にこのままコラボの会社紹介の方もさせてください。コラボのビジョンはですね、研究者が研究を諦めない社会を作ることです。道半ばで研究を続けることができない、このまま研究者自体を、諦めてしまう、そんなような状況を一つでも減らしたいというふうに考えています。同じような思いを持った元研究者3名とですね、2020年の10月にコラボを立ち上げまして、現在3期目に入ったところです。コアメンバーはバックに移っている4名です。そしてコラボに今現在登録している現役の研究者200名とともにですね、研究開発特化型のナレッジシェアサービスというのを軸としまして、研究と社会をつなぐというふうな事業を行っています。本日ですね、研究者の新たな活躍の場というのをテーマにですね、以下4項目についてお話の方を進めたいと思っています。当たり前の話ではあるんですけれども、前提としてということで、このようなスライド、設けさせていただきました。文化時代と言われる昨今ですね、社会における問題っていうのは、複雑化、そして多様化してきています。 もう湧いて出てくるような課題に対して対応していくために、やっぱり新しい技術であったり、新しい視点であったり、そして知見っていうのが求められています。まさに研究知見、研究人材、そして共同研究などが今後必要になってくるのではないかというふうに我々考えております。しかしながら、新しい技術や視点、知見を持った研究者が必要な時代になっているにもかかわらず、まだまだ研究者との競争っていうふうな面で見ると、大きな進展っていうのがないっていうふうな状況です。世の中はこんなにも速いスピードで進んでいるにもかかわらず、競争が浸透しない理由ってどこにあるんでしょうか。私は研究と社会における壁っていうのは大きく4つあるというふうに思っています。まずは、そもそもの接点の少なさ。接点の場は増えていますが、まだまだ研究人材と社会における接点っていうのは少ないというふうな状況です。2つ目に、出会えた後のコミュニケーションの問題があると思っています。ビジネスと研究、専門性の高いがゆえに、やっぱり会話にズレが生じてしまうとか、質問や回答がなかなか伝わりづらかったりだとか、プロジェクトを進めていても、ゴールの設定がずれてしまうなどのミスコミュニケーション発生していると思っています。最後にですね、研究成果の普及の問題もあると思っています。お互いやっぱ伝わる形でのコミュニケーションの場っていうのが必要なのではないかと思っています。これらの壁って当たり前でしょうっていうふうに思う方も多いと思います。そもそも目指す部分違うから仕方ないよねって思う方もいらっしゃるかもしれません。でも、そういうものだと思って諦めるのではなく、続けるための仕組みを作っていきませんかというのがエコラボからの提案です。私たちエコラボはこれらの解決策として研究知見っていうのをベースとした新しい接点作りっていうのを提供しています。従来の研究者との競争における従来のやり方としては、やっぱり課題に対して一人一人を探してアプローチしなければいけないっていう風な部分だと思っています。それによってやっぱり限定的な接点になったり、分野間での連携が少なくなったり、それこそさっき言った、会話、プロジェクト進行の難しさみたいなものが浮き彫りになってしまうというふうな課題が挙げられます。コラボはここを解決したいんです。コラボの場合は、ここ伴走型のナレッジシェアのサービスをやっています。まず、一旦コラボが窓口になって、企業の課題の要件定義から研究者のスクリーニング、そして、プロジェクト終了まで伴走をしております。で、研究者の登録は無料になってます。なので、興味ある方いらっしゃったら、ぜひ登録ください。そしてですね、案件ごとにコラボの場合、担当がつきます。で、案件に対して不明点の解消を事前に行います。また、独自の評価をしておりまして、評価の蓄積から次回案件とか共同研究につながるようなサポートもしています。じゃあ実際どんな感じなのかっていう部分を次のスライドで説明をしていきます。事例として2例今回挙げております。まずシーズ収集のしたいというふうな企業様のご依頼のケースを上の方に載せております。実際にですね、シーズを多く収集したいというふうなご依頼に対してですね、研究者が発表するようなイベントを開催しまして、そこからですね、気になる研究内容や研究者、いた場合にはそこのおつなぎをさせていただきます。で、つないで終わりではなくて、その後の新規事業のプロジェクトのサポートも我々エコラボの方で行っております。実際にですね、上記の支援で新規事業のプロジェクトに半年以上入っているというふうな研究者も今いるような状況です。下の、例えば技術調査の場合に関してなんですけれども、この調査に関しての必要な調査チームというのを私たちの方で結成して調査の方をスタートします。その後、資料を見ていただいて、ここの部分が気になるとかっていうことであれば、実際に調査を行った研究者の面談セットというふうな形で進めさせていただいております。コラボですね、このように課題に応じて支援内容をカスタムで提案しています。 で、その後、ちゃんとプロジェクトにつながるようなサポートっていうのをやっていきたいというふうに考えております。そして、ここからは、デザインに関する、私たちのまだ構想段階なんですけれども、構想になります。私たちフロント事業はナレッジシェアのサービスを行っているんですけれども、裏で評価データを取ってます。で、この独自の評価っていうのが今後のディサイっていうところで何か役に立つんじゃないかなっていうふうにちょっとまだぼんやり考えているような状況です。で、先ほどから言っているように、社会と研究、そして異分野の研究っていうのがつながっていくためには、現在の評価、研究実績っていうのも大変重要なんですけれども、新しい評価の仕方だとか、新しいタグ付け、要は探しやすい方法っていうのが必要だというふうに考えています。私たち、ナレッジシェアのサービスを運営しながら、この研究者の社会的な実績であったりだとか、評価、どういうふうに見せたら、つながりやすくなるのかっていうふうな、そこをデータベース化しようとして、今動いているような状況です。で、研究実績に加えて、その研究の実績から見えなかった、個人の活動であったりだとか、私たちのような研究支援企業での、実績っていうふうな、そこら辺の評価を兼ね合わせて、より、解決できる人、よりつながりたいと思っている人につながるような環境構築っていうのを、目指しています。まずは、これはもう内でのやっぱクローズドにはなっちゃうんですけれども、今後これらの評価を何かしらの形で管理することによって、ディサイが目指すような開かれた研究のところにつながるんじゃないかなっていうふうに考えています。なんとなく研究業界って閉じられてるよねっていうふうなものであったり、暗黙知が普通に存在するよねっていうふうな状況。これをそのままにするんじゃなくて、こういう分散型科学っていうふうなものを使って開放することによって、所属や肩書きにとらわれずに誰もが研究に参加できるような社会が作れるのではないかっていうふうに私たちエコラボは思っています。また、エコラボとしてもその流れに関わっていきたいなというふうに思っています。今日お話ししたことっていうのはまだまだ机上の空論です。で、ぜひエコラボに興味ある方、ホームページやなど、ホームページや SNS ですね、などチェックしていただければと思います。また、本日私、会場の方にはいないんですけれども、エコラボの反町ですね、ここ写真が載っている、人間なんですけれども、反町会場におります。ぜひ見つけたらお気軽にお声掛けください。私からの、発表、ちょっと駆け足になっちゃいましたけど、以上になります。もし、ご質問、コラボの事業に関してでもいいですし、評価指標に関してのアドバイス、こんなのあったらいいんじゃないのみたいなのも大歓迎なので、よろしくお願いいたします。本日はありがとうございました。
素晴らしい発表ありがとうございました。ぜひちょっとまだお時間あるので、質問したい方がいれば、手を挙げていただければマイクをお渡しいたします。ちょっと手を挙げる前に私の方からもちょっと質問させていただこうと思いまして、今回その研究での評価、その所属を超えた評価っていう話もあったんですけども、多分その仕事の評価みたいなところでもう少し一般性を持たせると、その必ずしも研究だけじゃなくて、いろんなところでその何ですかね、今後そのジョブホッピングみたいなのが増えていく中で、その評価指標みたいなものも結構大事になるのかなと思ってるんですけども、そういったその汎用性のあるような何かその研究以外のところでの評価指標とかって存在するのかなってちょっと疑問があったんですけれども、そこら辺をちょっとお考えなどを伺えたらなと思ったんですけども。
そうですね。ここなんかやっぱり形にするにはまだまだハードルがある部分かなっていうのも私たちもやりながら思っているところではあります。ただ、研究者でありながら、こういう企業の新規事業の、部分に関わったよっていうふうなところ、これを次のジョブホップするときに、もっともっとアピールしてほしいなと思っている部分で、そういうふうな蓄積を今しているような状況になっております。
ありがとうございます。どなたか質問があれば、ぜひ手を挙げてもらっていただきたいですが、そうですね。 まあちょっと僕の方からもう一個、非常にその暗黙知っていうところでお話しされてたところあると思ってまして、でそこにまあ結構やっぱり皆さん結構興味があるのが、そのチャット GPT みたいな、ああいう大規模言語モデルがどういうふうに組み込めるかみたいなところってあると思っています。一つのその理由としては、その必ずしも、暗黙知みたいなものをこうインプットしなくても、ある種のこうそういったものをこう抽出できているような雰囲気がまああるっていうふうに感じられるんですけれども、そういったその暗黙知の抽出みたいなところに、そういった大規模言語モデルみたいなのが使うこう方向性というか、そういったものにはどういう考えをお持ちなのかちょっと伺いたいなと思いました。
そこに関しては、全然使っていいかなっていうふうに思ってます。私たちが言う多分暗黙知って、同じ専門領域に当てないっていうふうなちょっと意味もあると思ってます。例えば企業のこの課題を解決するのに、同じ領域の研究者から聞くのが本当に正しいのかっていうふうなところ、実は違うよねっていうふうなところ、そういうのをどんどんつなげていきたいなっていうふうに思っているんですけど、実際にそこが、じゃあ今あるコーチのデータから見えるかっていうとなかなか見えないんですよね。そういう部分を、さっき口頭ではタグ付けっていうふうに言ったんですけど、そういうふうな形で、より私たちが返さなくてもできるような形っていうのを作っていきたいというふうに思っています。
ございます。質問の意図としては、すみません、ちょっとですね、アップしてて、あれなんですけど、ですね、多分、まあ、人間でよくあるのは、その自分の領域のその論理みたいなのに、結構まあもちろんその AI もそうトレーニングしたらそうなってしまうんですけど、とらわれてしまって、そこのなんかその領域を横断させるだけの、まあインターフェースとして、まあ AI の活用みたいなところっていうのは結構利用できるんではないのかなと。まあ、すべての時間を人間がこう、コミュニケーションで費やせるわけではないんですけども、そこの穴埋めみたいなものを結構チャット GPT とかそういうのはなんかやれてるような気がしていて、なんかそういう活用とかもなんか、まああるのかなっていうのをちょっと思ったということでございます。
おっしゃる通りだと思います、そこは。やっぱり人力限界あるし、そういうところに AI どんどん活用していけたらいいなと思うんですけど、なかなかそこら辺アドバイス、もしあればいただきたいです、皆さんから。
ありがとうございます。実はまあコアメンバーのキワムさんとかもこういったところの領域ですごく興味があってですね、引き続き議論させていただきたいですし、もし質問があれば1個だけでもぜひって言うんですけど、難しかったら、はい。わかりました。他にちょっと質問あれば、まだちょっと時間あるので、あと1個取って終わろうかなと思ってますが。ぜひ、はい。
どうも、面白い話ありがとうございました。2つあって、ちょっと話されたかもしれませんけど、このつながりを作ってあげて本当に良かったな、みたいな事例と、こんなつながりができたら本当に嬉しいな、みたいなですね、原田さんが思われてるですね、その理想のその連携みたいなやつがですね、企業とその研究者つなげたりとか、まあ、研究者同士のつながりでもいいんですけど、それをなんかこう、すごい心に残ったやつとかを教えてもらえたら大変ありがたいなと思ってですね。
ありがとうございます。心に残ったやつ、おっしゃやったみたいなやつですよね。ここに関しては、やっぱり全然違う、業種同士を掛け合わせて、今まで見えなかったこと、お互い気づかなかったことっていうのが、気づくようなプロジェクトが生まれた瞬間かなっていうふうに思います。で、今後もまあそういうふうなつながりは作っていきたいって思っているんですけれども、企業と研究者だけではなくて、せっかくいろんな領域の研究者うちにいるので、研究者同士の、つながり、それこそ異分野横断みたいなところっていうのも、どんどん生まれていくといいなというふうに思っています。
はい、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。それではこのトークは終わりたいと思います。原田さん、本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。失礼します。
はい。それでは最後の、トークに移ろうと思っております。次の登壇者、英語だと思うんですけども。Okay, so next session will be provided by Professor Matsuo. どうぞです。はい、大丈夫です。こちらを使っていただければ。これは関係ない。これは電源ですね。すみません。こちらの方を使って。
つだけでいい。大丈夫ですか? Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for introduction. And my name is Shinichiro Matsu. I'm a research professor at Georgetown University. And this is, I think that this is the last talk of this presentation. So the goal of my talk is providing my knowledge or our experience in the past history of to create a decentralized something to help something. But so I think that this is a good lesson learned from the past to figure out what we should do to utilize some decentralizing technology to help scientist ecosystem. Okay, if you consume this as a buzzword or marketing word, this talk is not for you. You know that if you are serious about improving the science community by using decentralizing technology, and your life, that you can find some good lesson learned from the past history. And this is a very, very busy slide, and I don't have to explain this slide much, but my background in cryptography and its application, I'm a research scientist over 27 years. And currently, I'm doing a lot of job for the research and standardization for the blockchain technology. And I'm directing the blockchain research center at the Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. And I say the same thing for every presentation. I don't have any crypto asset for academic neutrality, because that if I have Bitcoin and I write some academic paper for the improving Bitcoin technology, but someone say that so this paper is intend that to increase the price of Bitcoin. So for the academic neutrality purposes, I don't have any crypto assets. And I would like to start with my two past experience in 2015 and 16. And this is about 7 or 8 years ago. One is a scaling Bitcoin workshop. The other is the initiation of the bsafe.network. Scaling Bitcoin initiated in September of 2015 in Montreal, Canada. And that is an interesting collaboration between the Bitcoin core engineers and academic communities to discuss about some potential solutions of the fundamental scientific problem. This is the scalability of the permissionless blockchain. Because as you may know, that truly permissionless blockchain is not scalable. So for example, Bitcoin can process just 7 transactions per second globally. But so we had to discuss about the potential wide range of solutions to mitigate that kind of scientific problem with engineers and academic communities. And this is the reason why we initiated a series of scaling Bitcoin workshops. And from that website of the first scaling Bitcoin workshop, the original idea or original goal of start this workshop is to aid the technical consensus building process. We are organizing the pair of workshops, 2 workshops, to collect technical criteria, present a proposal, and evaluate technical materials. And there is academic discipline to analyze that fully consider that complex trade-off between the decentralization, security, and operational, something like that. And we also aim to involve that necessary completion process. I will explain it later. But anyway, that this is an interesting collaboration between that decentralized Bitcoin engineering community and academics. And we had 2 phases to discuss about that. In the phase 1 in Montreal, so we tried to setting the evaluation, creating some evaluation criteria and the trade-off analysis between that scalability and security and operation. And on phase 2, so we had some presentation of the potential idea to solve that issues and a review of the technical proposal and with simulation and benchmark results. And I would like to explain that what needs to SHA-3 competition process. This is an interesting process. In 2004, so in August at the crypto conference, this is a top conference for the cryptology research, and that MD5, LipoMD, and SHA-0 and potentially SHA-1 was broken with some very 2 or 3 pages papers provided by the Chinese cryptographers. And so after that, so everyone in this planet, every cryptographer in this planet should deal with this problem. The good news is that SHA-2 is still secure. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but SHA-2 is still secure. But we had to just develop a new hash standard instead of SHA-1. So this is alternative to SHA-2. And we had the open competition from international research scientists. And it's almost same as the AES competition held before 2000. And we succeeded in making technology consensus among global research scientists by its careful academic process. Yeah, that original intention why NIST organize that kind of competition for SHA-3 selection is this is competition promotes the research of the hash function. Before that, so you know that we use the hash function for the digital signature or time stamping services and so on. But we didn't have that enough academic knowledge about how we measure the security level of a hash function. Throughout these competitions, we had a much research result and knowledge from the competition. That this is a good process for us. And but even if that SHA-1 was compromised, that NIST had SHA-2 as an alternative, but SHA-2 has a similar academic scientific structure as SHA-1. This is Mark Dangar's structure. And we tried to create another option from the scratch by using that different types of design principles. And anyway, that process works well. And the practice from the SHA-3 competition by using the global collaboration of the cryptographers, we could create that open discussion and public verifiable. This is important for the blockchain world. They are the key to the fairness of that academic process. And we had so firm requirement, evaluation criteria, evaluation platform, the hardware and software performances. And we discussed tons of the target application platform. And the cooperation with academic community, between the academic community and engineering community is very important for the trust and consent for our use case. And we aim to design diversity, as I explained. And this slide shows that my presentation at Scaling Bitcoin 1 in Montreal in 2015. So I was there, so I think that there were over 150 participants from all over the world, and to discuss about the potential scaling solutions for the Bitcoin. But I was the only one speaker from Japan, and I was the only one participant from Japan. only one Japanese scientists and engineers are there. Very strange thing, but anyway, so I proposed that involvement. So I transferred my past experience of the NIST hash function competition, and so I proposed that the way to involve that process. And 6 months after that, so I I and Pinder Wong gave a talk at the MIT Bitcoin Expo. So, held in March 2016. So Pinder Wong is my old friend, and he's an internet pioneer. Yeah, he's an initiator of the internet in Hong Kong. So in the past century, and so at that presentation, so you can find that the YouTube video. So we declare that initiation of the bsafe.network. I will explain a little bit more about that later. And we also propose that a blockchain research network and a decentralized academic platform. So this is a very similar idea that currently we discuss as a so-called decentralized science. And this is a slide that we presented at the MIT Bitcoin Expo at the time. So we have that neutral blockchain research network by global universities. And on top of that, so we have that some platform, so smart contract or something like that to manage that papers, patent, so academic discussions or research funding or reward to the discussion, something like that. This is our original idea in 2016. And this could provide many good things for the research scientists, I believe. But so this was the original idea, so we presented. And after that, so we discussed many industrial partners cooperation, how we implement this kind of ideas. This is the rough sketch in 2016. And so, of course, that universities or research institutes or private companies has a capability of the academic research. That so the universities receive the funding or some fund or some money from this platform and provide with some research results. And of course, that we have the public or private funding from the JST or NSF or some private companies provide money for this platform. And we can some collaboration with some commercialization process. At that time, so I thought of one idea that collaborating with a matching platform like AngelList. AngelList is a United States platform to connect that engineers, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, or something like that. But so if we can connect that kind of research platform to the matching platform that entrepreneurship or startup ecosystem, so this could be that interesting cycle of the process in that ecosystem. Anyway, that's what we did in that 2015 and 16. And I will double quick that what bsafe network is. The original idea comes from that NSFnet for the internet. So this slide shows that history of the internet before commercialization of that internet. You know that as you may know that the development of the internet ecosystem technology happened in that 1969 with the idea of the ARPANET, initiated by DARPA, and so the commercialization of internet was happened in 1994 or 5, something like that. You may remember that Windows 95, and so after that ARPANET, so there was a CSNet. This is a network by universities, and after that 1985, and it's taking that 10 years before the commercialization of internet. So NSF, this is a United States version of that JST, provided tons of money for the United States universities to create a test bed by universities. And that was taking this 10 years, that technology for the internet matured by that whole academic process to create a decentralized ecosystem. And at the same time, so I described that another arrow from 1977 from the 1995. So in 1977, so UC Berkeley started a Berkeley Software Distribution Project to gather that any software code to support that Unix system to support that global internet architecture. Yeah, so So AT&T Unix started in 1969. This is the same timing of the ARPANET. And so 1977, that's the beginning of the BSD Unix. And we're taking about 18 years. So UC Berkeley is the center of that software code to get together the high quality and the high reliability software to support BSD Unix. And that BSD Unix was commercialized by that DEC, Sun Microsystems. And that process ended in 1995. So, that's, for example, the Murai sensei, Jun Murai, so sometimes say that his IPv6 software is run in that currently Mac OS. But so he contributed his software to BSD. That software is implemented in that Mac OS at this moment. And there are many outcomes that Berkeley Software Distribution Project, BSD project, that this is academic research and effort, much of the cost base over the Unix. And many child or many product by product, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, or Mac OS, something like that. And this is a firm foundation of the internet ecosystem. And so that project produces a collection of the knowledge, tons of experts and engineers who help that development of Linux and current internet software. Anyway, that history is most important to create some decentralized ecosystem. And that this is a strong source of our idea to initiate a bsafe.network. It plays the same role as a NSFNet and the BSD software distribution system. So it's a neutral and stable and sustainable research network. It's a test bed like a NSFNet. And it's provides a source of the neutral knowledge by academia. And there are 5 reasons why that university is an important place to this kind of activities. That the university is a place for the experiment, place of the neutrality, and the place of the diversity, and the place of the international collaboration. And the number of universities over 15,000, so it's scalable to extend the footprint of this kind of activities. And so during 2016, we gathered 31 universities from all over the world. And anyway, that is an interesting international collaboration. And the main activities are mainly that international joint research over that kind of actual physical research network. Because that, so, of course, that we can have some simulators for to do the experiment on the blockchain related protocols and its implementation. But so, Bitcoin protocol assume that existence of that some tiny nodes in that, South Africa or something like that. So with a very narrow band internet connection. And if we could do some experiment with diversified internet connection environment, that is helpful. And this is the place for the experiment of the theoretical research result. And we provide some evaluation of the technology. This is a rubber stamp before bring that software code to the testnet. And this is the place of the competition, like a shadow competition. And this is an example of that project we did until 2019, before the pandemic. So, for example, a test of the segregated witness and monitoring of Bitcoin forks, that Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin Gold, something like that happened in 2017. And so the long-term blockchain which is strongly resilient of from the compromise of underlying cryptographic algorithms or layer 2 technology competition or something like that. Anyway, so we did many global project with a wide range of academic peoples. Yeah, so I have that 15 minutes left, but so I will continue that. This is a history of how decentralized ecosystem could be alive, produced alive. But so going to that discussion of the decentralized science, how decentralizing technology or decentralized ecosystem could help the scientific process. But I would like to emphasize that that so if we think that utilizing blockchain technology, blockchain-like technology, we need to aware that value of the permissionless ecosystem instead of the decentralized ecosystem and its hardness to maintain. In this part, I intentionally use that permissionless, the word of permissionless instead of decentralization. The permissionless innovation is a keyword here. So, that the permissionless, blockchain like Bitcoin, Ethereum is a most important philosophy of the blockchain ecosystem. But the permissionless innovation could empower all edge to create a new innovation of the ecosystem. So we can increase the number of the potential innovators for something. And it's a solution to innovation dilemma. Yeah, but the permissionless innovation is a common idea why we need that kind of things. And the internet is the most successful and only successful case of the permissionless innovation with decentralized global ecosystem. Yeah, before the internet, so for example, in France, there was Minitel. This is some multimedia communication system provided by government, or Captain system is also the similar kind of mechanism. So provided by the Denden Kosher. Denden Kosher, this is a Japanese governmental agencies to provide telecommunication services. But after the internet, that it unbundles that ownership of communication channel and the right to the multilateral communication. So, that the internet ecosystem has a mechanism for the routing, BGP, and layering technology so TCP/IP or something like that. So that the internet was called as speed network from the architecture point of view, but it could unbundle many business structure of the communication. After the internet, so we have the Cisco Netscape, Yahoo, Google. Then so someone think about that how we connect. This is that's just one direction of the communication by using the internet, so-called Web 1.0. But after having that multilateral communication system like SNS, so we have the rich communication among society. Then after that, so if we after having that some smartphone or GPS system, that is a strong that important building blocks to create a Uber or Airbnb, Grubhub, something like that. Anyway, so unbundling of that kind of building block facilitate the producing new services, business and ecosystem. That is important. And that kind of decentralization layering is promote unbundling and permissionless innovation. So this is the same thing, but so before the internet, so that some services provided by one company. So this is monolithic. So the company owns the business logic, technology, and customers. So this is a very monolithic structure. But after the internet, so the entity which provide a business logic, applied technology, or fundamental technology are very different things. That if we would like to create a new business model, we can pick up the best entities which provide a business logic, applied technology, or something like that. This is the process of unbundling and rebundling. And I would like to emphasize that the purpose of introducing that decentralized technology. This is decentralized is a very ambiguous word, but so in the original Satoshi's Bitcoin papers, so it says that it eliminates the trusted third party. The trusted third party is a point of failure. If that entity fails, that everything fails. So going back to the original question in the morning provided Hamada-san, so he told that some of pain points is that currently so big publisher is one of the pain point for our scientific society. That currently that kind of big publisher is a single point of failure of our society. That involving that in the internet type of technology or blockchain technology, so we can eliminate existence of, we might be able to eliminate that single point of failure. That it's provide a resiliency against some fault, and it could provide some business continuity. Yeah, this is a true reason why that kind of technology is essential, potentially essential to solve that kind of point of failure problem. Yeah, I think that I need to hurry up. That at the same time, that so when we think about open science or something, permissionless science or something like that, so that mathematics or this kind of ecosystem is global, not international. Global and international is a different idea, but we don't have to rely on that any nations, any jurisdiction. But at the same time, that to solve some conflict, we need to have some governance mechanisms. So, as someone thought that so governance and government is a different idea, but we need to have some types of the governance mechanisms inside our decentralized ecosystem. Yeah, to create such kind of the governance system, we need to have some multi-stakeholder discussion. Because that, so we, for example, scientists create some idea, DAO of smart contract, something like that, and the engineer will create a software code to implement that. But if everyone use that, so you know that the engineer will be a king of that world. But this is not a decentralized thing, so we have the king. But you know the internet doesn't have a king. And anyway, that so we need to have some collaborative work to create a good governance with wider range of that expertise. Because even for the Bitcoin blockchain, so it is a collection of that knowledge about computer science, cryptography, network theory, economics, law, many kind of things. We need to have that collaboration with wider range of background. Yeah, to facilitate that kind of multi-stakeholder discussion. So we need to have that common place and common languages and to have the harmonized incentives. Then, so, you know, that currently it's Internet Society, IETF, ICANN, or that kind of non-profit organization is a good place to have such kind of multi-stakeholder discussion. Unfortunately, we don't have such kind of things in the blockchain world before, so we are now doing that. But that kind of collaboration is needed to create a healthy ecosystem or healthy governance for the decentralized thing. This is one interesting slide in 2019. At that year, Japan was a host country of G20, and so I joined this panel discussion of the D20 meetings. But at that time, that Jun Murai was a moderator of that panel discussion. But we invited Adam Back. You know, it's the center of that center person is Adam Back. He's a famous cypherpunk guy, and so you know that. So JFSA intentionally placed that the Adam Back was the center of stage. But we have the multi-stakeholder discussion with academia, traditional banking sector, the regulators, and cypherpunks over that academic neutral discussion foundation. But this is so neither things to create that to keep the ecosystem decentralized but well governed. And last month, the end of last month, the IETF meeting 116 was held in Yokohama. Is there someone who attended that IETF meeting? Unfortunately, that we don't have that kind of person. But so IETF is a non-profit organization to discuss about internet technology standard and its operation. And so IETF hold three meetings per year to discuss many technology operation, its architecture, to keep that ecosystem fully decentralized. They did tons of the huge amount of work to keep that ecosystem healthy over 30 years. Yeah, we would like to introduce that decentralized ecosystem for scientific mechanisms, we need to hold that kind of meetings. So, you know, that over 1,000 or 2,000 engineers coming to the same place, to Yokohama, that in one place, that kind of that grassroots discussion is most important. So this slide shows that current the internet governance mechanism. You know, so this is a global space, internet space. So Internet Society is a legal entity to manage everything, but I can manage the domain names or internet resources, and the IETF discuss about the technology standard and operational standard. So there's a non-profit here, and everyone participates in that discussion as an individual. And at the same time, that for the international place, this is a government place. So IGF Internet Governance Forum was established under the United Nations, and the government will join that discussion as one of the stakeholders. But the question is who maintains that kind of huge mechanism. So there are 1,000 participants for every IETF meeting. So I think we need that. So over $100 million per year to maintain that kind of huge ecosystem. So who maintains that kind of commons? That common. So we have to avoid that kind of commons tragedy, and someone should pay money to maintaining that kind of system. The income source of the Internet Society and IETF is membership fee or donation grants, or there is a IETF endowment. But the interesting ecosystem is also, that we often use that .org domain, for example, something like that. So many .org domain name, but the registration fee for that .org domain we used for that maintaining the Internet Society. Yeah, this is some kind of a tax, but this is a very clever way to keep this world decentralized way. Unfortunately, bsafe.network is not active at this moment due to that pandemic or something like that. But some of that main reason is a lack of decentralized funding source. The IETF doing very well, but we don't have such kind of the clever way in the blockchain ecosystem to maintain that kind of commons. And the other is not only money, that other is a human resource. So university rely on the students, but students graduate. Yeah, we cannot maintain that good student forever. And we don't have that stable funding source for students. The maintenance is not the university's mandate. Yeah, that there's no NSF. The NSF provides tons of money for 10 years to that United Universities for the NSF net, but for the blockchain world of the decentralized science world, there's no NSF to maintain for over 10 years. That is the things we need. We need to discuss with the Japanese government or United States government to promote that decentralized science idea. Yeah, the other thing is that this table is coming from the report from GFSA on the current real status of the DeFi project. For example, Uniswap, MakerDAO, or Aave. So you can see that voting ratio for each governance token voting, only that 5% or under 10% voting ratio. Can you say that this is a decentralized process for the DAO? I don't think so. So this is a reality of that human society. And the another bad news is there. So a couple of weeks ago, we have that. Sorry for that Japanese website, but a couple of weeks ago, so we received that news that a Japanese DAO closed just 1 month after receiving a prize at a major hackathon event. That DAO is not sustainable. We need to more hard work on that to maintain that kind of sustainability of that kind of event. Yeah, so give me 5 minutes more. And
Please go on, yeah.
Yeah, by using that rest of 5 minutes, so I'd like to suggest something for our journey to few pain points for scientists by blockchain. Yeah, this is a chaos map that Hamada presented at the morning session, but I have a huge objection for that chaos map. So forget that most essential stakeholder in this world. Can you imagine that? What is the most important stakeholder? We should write that kind of thing. Scientist itself. You know, so there are some project name here, some company name here, but we should think that scientist is the most important, essential stakeholder in this world. We should write that scientist, human, in the center of that kind of figure. Then, so we should write that name of each project, how that each project supports scientists. This is a huge mistake when we create that kind of chaos map. But we should write that most important stakeholder, human, in the center of this kind of figure. Yeah, this slide is so that's a slide I presented that research group by JFSA. So we have that different types of human here. So regulators, or also engineers, scientists, consumers, or business entity like that. You know, that chaos map, right? Only that kind of business entity. But you know, that business entity is a point of failure and point of profit. That's fine. But you know, that regulators or government people are the point of responsibility. You know, so if that, so FTX JP failed, but so JFS guys work hard to secure that the money of the customers. We need to create that some good and clever ecosystem design, like that .org registration fee for the internet governance. But we need to think about that, so the balance of the point of failure, point of responsibility, and the point of profit. And for that, the DeSci stand for the decentralized science. But I would like to propose the use word of the polycentric stewardship instead of decentralization. As I told that, so for the centralized trust, you know, that's a huge, that big publisher control everything. So big publisher could be that single point of failure. We need to avoid that. But on the other hand, it's a fully decentralized world that it is not clear that who is responsibility for what. And of course, a Bitcoin could be that only one successful case for the fully decentralized process. But with thinking that humans in this society, not only the scientists, but many other stakeholders related to science policy or something like that, we have already that trustable stakeholder here, and the multi-stakeholder collaboration or designing the incentive mechanism design among existing stakeholders based on permissionless data trust foundation like blockchain could be that clever way for creating the decentralized finance, open finance. And we started that blockchain governance initiative network begin to discuss that how we create that decentralized ecosystem by all stakeholders following that G20 communique in 2019. We will have that next general meeting, like IT meeting in 3 weeks in Croatia. So I don't think that we can plan trip to Croatia in 3 weeks, but please, if you are interested in that kind of discussion, so anyone can join that discussion without any permission. I would recommend you to that joint discussion at the beginning. And this is the last slide. Sorry for extension. That do work hard to reach common understanding by fine-grained analysis of us as a human, as a human scientist. For example, that so the needs for each scientist are very different. For example, the request from the 20 scientists is something like that. For example, that before that this is a postdoc or student, a postdoc, something like that. But so that needs for that scientist are different for 30s, 40s, 50s, or young students. So incentives are different for each individual scientist. and it depends on that area of research. So I'm a research scientist also of mathematics and cryptography, but we don't have to have some experiments. But so different research scientists in the different area has a different request for the science ecosystem, and be human centric, as I told, not methodology centric. And simple, very simple involvement. So we have that many ideas to involve the DAO or smart contract to enhance our scientific ecosystem. But the simple involvement of a smart contract token and game theory doesn't meet how his scientist life. This is life, and so no method fits all. And this is a great event to start discussion of the decentralized science, but the word DeSci might be different after careful discussion by all stakeholders. Of course, it still might be a DeSci in 2030, but it might be polycentric science, terrestrial science governance, or permissionless something, blah, blah, blah. So it might be different. So, but discussing that appropriate word for that to have the better scientific community, that kind of discussion is most important. And let's begin to learn from the lessons from past effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is the very last talk, and I'm very, very glad and to hear that like early efforts on the DeSci project, the early stage. So we still have time, bit already like pursuing time, but if you would like to ask questions.
I think that everyone is very hungry, but so we have time to discuss on my talk that is having some dinner or something.
All right. Okay, thank you very much again, the Kamoto sensei. Okay, so I'd like to just very short closing remark. Thank you very much, everybody's coming today. I like to express my sincere gratitude to the people who supported us and also coming today. Hope everybody grasps some of the essence of the what people are doing. I wouldn't say what is the essence of the DeSci. Just people trying to do something. So hope you enjoy and coming to work together with us. Okay, once again, I thank you very much for coming today. And then people, let's take a photo and then let's have a dinner after that. Okay, please come here. Let's take a photo together.